stream of the gaps, the stream that explains everything you don't currently have an explanation for. So, for example, if you want to know why the Mandela effect, this stream, that's why. If you want to know why do so many people see UFOs, this stream. If we had an explanation for something, then it wouldn't be a mystery. But if it weren't a mystery, then I couldn't solve it. But it is a mystery, and I can solve it. I can solve it by saying this stream. What makes a man's heart turn bitter against the world? This stream. What turns an ordinary day into an extraordinary day? This stream. What's Eric going to talk about during this stream? Well, one thing I'm going to talk about is this stream and its amazing ability to explain everything that's currently unexplained. Spontaneous human combustion? This stream causes it. It's not on purpose. I don't try to make people spontaneously combust. It's just with the razor sharp snapping taps of my words, when I happen to strike against some steel or something, a spark is emitted. So, for example, if you currently have on your chest a horizontal piece of steel glued there, remove that before watching the stream, because that's one of the leading causes of spontaneous human combustion. Also, if you're getting out of your car to pump gas, don't have this stream on, because almost 10,000 gas stations a year blow up because of this stream. It's true. I mean, it's really the people's fault for getting out of their car while listening to this stream, but everyone wants to blame it on Eric. Why don't our calculations add up properly regarding the expansion of the universe, the speed thereof, and the total mass therein? Idiots will say dark energy and dark matter, but smart people will say it's because of this stream. All the missing matter in the universe is right here, talking with French people. All the missing energy, also right here, talking with French people. When you realize just how powerful this stream is when it comes to answering heretofore unanswerable questions, then you too will be glad you have all the answers. Breaking glass is a great sound to hear. I'm not sure about that one. It's a sound to hear. Glass will probably break by listening to the stream. Oh yeah. Well, if there is broken glass and you're wondering how it got broken, this stream made it vibrate with such joy and excitement that it literally vibrated itself to death. If you're like, hey, should people get vaccinations? Well, I'll just say if they don't get vaccinations, they should probably watch this stream. Because, well, it obviously won't be nearly as good at preventing measles as, say, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccination. It probably might be potentially better than nothing. If only by virtue of our old friend the placebo effect. Which is my favorite treatment for everything. When I go to the doctor, I say, "Can you prescribe me a placebo, please? I want the strongest placebo you got." Yeah, I really am trying to maximize the benefits of the placebo effect. You're like, "Oh, that's just the placebo." Just the placebo effect? You mean the greatest thing in medicine since leg amputations? So, being stream of the gaps, that means this stream cannot be the explanation for anything for which there already is an explanation. So why is your mom mad at you? Well, that's because you spilled your juice all over the floor. Nothing to do with this stream. All right, we got the chat set up, and also I've got the size of it increased to 200% or so that I can easily enough read it from here, but also from outside if I go out to smoke a cigarette. And I'm ready to pull some bowls. I don't expect this to be a particularly long stream because I would like to lie down at some point here this morning. Although I do have a meeting at 11:15. But I might lie down at some point, like say 7 a.m. or what have you. Try to get a couple hours. Probably won't though. Make sure to ask for the purple placebos. Those are the strongest placebo you can get without a prescription. We've got the most fake medicine allowed by law. But you know, the best placebo of all is a positive attitude. Mind over body. I am not sick. No, I'm not. I'm super fine. Broken arm, broken arm. You know, when this patient came in and said, broken arm, broken arm, I thought, oh boy, it's going to be a difficult patient. I was wrong. They scolded their arm to repairing itself in just 4 hours. Listen, arm, you can do it. I believe in you. Stop being lazy. Okay. And that's how that person's broken arm got healed. They didn't rely on so-called doctors or this hocus pocus medicine. They relied on the power of positive thinking. Which, incidentally, is how I came to win all of those gold medals. People said, you're never going to make the Olympic team in diving. You don't even hardly know how to swim. To which I said, listen, you and I will both know how well I dive at the same time when I'm killing it midair. They say Renee Good took the red placebo. See what happened to her? So stay away from the red placebo. Who's Renee Good? Renee Good. Oh, you're talking about the lady who was shot by ice? Yeah, I guess the red placebos are kind of like the bath salts of placebo. They don't actually make anybody eat anybody's face, but they have that reputation. You know, cops love to talk up how this drug or that drug makes it such that the person you're dealing with is no longer human. They're this super powerful monster that nobody can resist. And once they take that drug, they are completely out of their head, out of control. Somebody might just take one hit of that stuff, and before you know it, they're out being a serial killer. Of course, no drugs are actually like that. But it is the case that some people who abuse certain drugs super hardcore and maybe who are also have a pre-existing tendency towards fugue states or something. A combination of a variety of things might trigger somebody to go into such a that kind of violent fugue state. But to say, oh, it's bath salt is insane. Bath salts, especially because it's really just a form of amphetamines. I kind of could get it when you're dealing with something like, well, like let's say you took a lot of benzos. Well, at least then you're blocked out of your mind, and who knows what you're gonna do. Probably you're never going to be violent on blackout dose of benzos unless you're already consistently violent. But if you have no idea what happened from this point to that point, well, something could have happened. Who knows? Alcohol also involves blacking out. Salvia can involve it too. I'd really like to hear about third slot FE if you were so inclined to talk about it for a few minutes. Sure, I'd talk about it for a few minutes. So, everybody with third slot FE is both an action type and FI polar. So it's either ESTPs or ENTPs. But the thing to note about FE third, one thing to note about it is that somebody with FE third has extroverted feeling validation as an absolute value. So if something makes me look really cool and makes people like and respect me a lot or something, praise me a lot or something, that's an end in and of itself. That's a fully successful venture. The fact that FE third means FI polar is a little misleading because it's actually TI tool that means FI polar. But regardless, FE third is another way of saying FI polar. So talk about FE third means to the extent that you're engaging feeling stuff as a way of paying attention, you're always going to be engaging it in terms of other people's perceptions, how other people feel about you, um, and like whether or not you embarrass yourself, or graceful, awkward, whatever. And you're basically never going to pay attention to what's super important to you, preventing harm to that, like enjoying it while you have it or while it lasts. You're gonna have a hard time putting yourself in other people's shoes because you're too busy um, trying to impress them, I guess. Like, one difference between FE third and a better fluency with FI is, as an FE third person, when my dad was near the end of his life, he often had this sour expression on his face, looked like kind of pissed at the world. His wife was in a nursing home. We had lots of reasons to be like unhappy and annoyed looking and stuff. But every time I saw the facial expression, I assumed it was about me. So one way of distinguishing between FE third and say FI third is that FE third is not putting yourselves in the other person's shoes and thinking accordingly that, oh well, if I was living his life with all of this shit going on from his perspective, I'd be having resting dick face too. And I bet that's not about me at all. Just because I happen to walk up and see this facial expression, FE is going to assume that I can glean information about me from their emotions, namely about how they perceive me and whether they're mad at me or not. In some instances, that might be certainly it's appropriate. Like if I say something, put my foot in my mouth, and immediately note that the other person's visibly upset by that, it's easy for me to link, oh, I pissed them off. But it's a overarching frame of reference. So an FE person, when they walk up somebody with a bad expression on their face, is going to assume that it was prompted by their approach. FE is ultimately, we call it an interface function, but interface functions, like action functions, are ways to take action essentially, and that they also put information just like action functions do. The difference is interface functions uh, work in coordination with the knowledge function so that they can put no, put no, put no, put no, because they have to engage in an action that's dynamic. Whereas, in other words, uh, guided by and responsive to responsivity within the thing that they're acting upon. I can't have good FE with a given person by planning ahead of time what I'm going to say and ignoring the variation of what they might be saying. If I want to have good FE with Jane over there, what that good FE looks like is going to look different depending on whether Jane's in a good mood, excited about something, happy to see me, whether she conveys that, oh, I'm really troubled right now. Depending on what Jane says, is going to be necessary for you to be taking some kind of action with your FE, then noting how it works, whether it helps or hurts this person's either perceptions or emotional states, and then adjust accordingly and take further action. It's dynamic in its interface with the other person's cues that they might be giving regarding their feelings or perceptions. And we can contrast that with extroverted intuition, which I've been doing for quite some stretch here in answering this question. I only needed that one prompt, and I've been talking about it now for like 7 or 8 minutes continually, because that's the kind of action I take. It's like, if somebody asks a question like that, I want to be afforded sufficient space to give a complete answer before I get any further follow-up questions. WTF, bro? Don't you sleep? Uh, I do sleep, but I'm not sleeping tonight. I went to bed around this time yesterday morning, and I slept in fairly late in the day. But I suspect I'm up for a while. I took I took too many Adderalls to sleep tonight. I took them. If I just took the ones I took in the morning, it would be one thing when I got up. Um, but yeah, I'll sleep when I get sleepy. I'll have to kind of go into a hardcore sleep recovery stretch there and try to avoid the worst of the dopamine crash. It's a constant wrestling match. Um, is wearing your Carhartts indoors as a man a lot like a woman snuggled up in a blanket? Well, wearing my Carhartts indoors is not something that usually persists for very long. I will probably shortly, and generally do, change into my sweats once I get home. Did I have fun playing the piano earlier? I did. Skulkin says, "How are you doing?" I'm doing well. No, you didn't interrupt me. I I do sometimes like train wreck my existing line of thinking when I see something new coming in the chat that is interesting enough that I want to respond to it right away. And so sometimes I'll be halfway through an explanation of something, get distracted by another chat, and never come back to or finish what I was saying in the first place. You came here in search of Gregory? I could play the song for you if you'd like. I could play it on the Gwitter. I don't think I could play it really on the piano because I'm just not good enough at the piano. But I could play it on the Gwitter. Maybe you'd like it. Let's find out. Okay, what kind of drum beat this to play over? Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Let's see what the other one sounds like. The other half of that. I like the first one better. All right. Let's see how it goes with the acoustic guitar. Should be a little louder than my unplugged electric. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise. pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Breaks his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Breaks his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies. Wants to confront the men. Always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. There you go. Yes, I did write that song. It's called Gregory in Disguise. And it's about a guy who hates the lies, but every time he tries to confront the people who are lying, they run away from him. So he dresses up in a disguise so he can sneak up on them and yell at them. It's a story about justice. Thank you, Skulkin. Thank you. Thank you, Taco Friday. Yeah, you can't always confront them. That's why sometimes maybe you have to dress up in a disguise, I guess. And there's a music video for the Rachel and I made in which we both dress up in disguise in the video. And in general in life, I think my life might have a little bit more pizzazz to it if I periodically went places in disguise. Is it on YouTube? The music video? Yeah. I'll put a link for it. I'll put it up. I'll put a link for it and I'll put it up on the channel too so you can look at it a little bit. I'll show a little bit of it anyway. Okay. Let's see where it is. It's right here. He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, there's the video where we put on disguises. So we both put on disguises. I dress up as a lady. And I put towels to make boobs. Rachel dresses up like Albert Einstein. So, where's Rachel's Albert Einstein? Here we go. She's got some Albert Einstein hair. This is back when she had short hair. She got super long hair now. It's crazy how much we're cherishing. See? She's got the Albert Einstein hair and hat, and I'm not sure if that's really Albert Einstein's mustache. He might have actually have had a different looking mustache than that. But let's pretend that is Albert Einstein's mustache. Then she was dressed up like Albert Einstein. We have a neighbor who looks just like Albert Einstein. His name's Les. He's got the hair, the mustache, the facial expressions. He's like spitting image of Albert Einstein. Skulkin11, can you share some advice about people that you have learned throughout your life? Well, Advice about people, huh? I mean, I just maybe make some observations about people rather than advice. Like, life is hard. It's by far more common for somebody to need to be encouraged than it is for somebody to need to be taken down a notch. Everybody feels a sense of like satisfaction when justice gets the person in the wrong, but it's worthwhile remembering that if they're being difficult, they're probably suffering. More like a Mexican cartel boss. How do you just drop so many gems all day? I mean, I wish I did drop gems all day. That song, I wrote that song a long time ago. Not super long time ago, I guess, but you know, I write a lot of songs. I have written a lot of songs over the years. Most of them fall into this pile of stuff that I did my best, but it's not good enough for me to bother listening to or even remembering how to play. Or maybe I didn't do my best and therefore whatever. But they're most of my compositions are failed attempts. Sometimes you get one that comes out really good. I don't think of from a compositional standpoint that Gregory is my best song, but it certainly is the song that gets the most immediate positive response from people. I think I've got a few other compositions that I think are better compositions than that. But I mean, certainly there are big parts of the song that I do like a lot. I like enough that I've memorized, so that's not very common. I can only play from memory a small number of my songs. Oh, Mr. Kitty, what do you want? Why do you want to sit right here where my feet are? Do I like David Bowie's music? I was talking about Bowie earlier. Uh, I wouldn't say I'm a Bowie fan exactly. I don't remember really having any of his albums, but I do respect him, and I can note he's got multiple good tracks he's produced. He, including some songs I don't even know what exactly I think about him, but like Let's Dance and China Girl from his 80s album, one of his 80s albums. Let's Dance is a super crazy, weird song. And yet, even though I don't think I've heard it in, it seems like decades, it still regularly pops into my head and I end up singing parts of it. Particularly the chorus, where it goes, and if they say run, I'll run, ma, bom, bom, la, la, ma, 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 ma. Mama, 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 mama. What a weird chorus, right? But it's a memorable enough song that it's stuck in my head for decades without even listening to it. I also think Ziggy Stardust is a great song. It's he's got such like phrasing heavy melody lines. They, let's say it's going from like here to here. It'll go like here, 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 here. It goes like little scoops everywhere, you know. Hi, Filer. Right now we're talking about David Bowie. And in particular, I'm talking about Ziggy Stardust. Because Ziggy played guitar. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. When I'm in the minor. So that's a good song. Major Tom. It's a good song, I guess. It's good enough, I guess. But I don't know a shit ton of his stuff. Did he sing the song Pressure as well? Under Pressure? Is that him? You think he's a fake bisexual? I mean, if you want to say, I bet you, Eric, he never even took any dick. Bet you $100. You know what? I'll take that bet. I think he did. I think he took some dick. Under Pressure with Queen. So it does have Bowie in there, but it's a collaboration with Queen. Queen was great. Queen has a lot of great tracks. I mean, Queen's one of those bands that it's sometimes easy to forget about them, but talk about having some great compositions. They've got lots of tracks that have really stood the test of time and amaze and delight today just as much as they did when they were written, you know? Billy Idol is amazing. Hey, little sister shotgun. Hey, little sister meow meow. It's a nice day for a white wedding. I mean, I'm pretty sure Billy Idol only ever had two songs. Rebel Yell and White Wedding. I bet if you go to a Billy Idol concert to this day, they'll play an assortment of songs you've never heard, nobody's ever heard, and then they'll play White Wedding and Rebel Yell. Do I like T-Rex? Oh, Eyes Without a Face. Okay, 3 songs. Fair enough, Skulkin, fair enough. Billy Idol has 3 songs. And that's pretty good. 3 hits is pretty good. Like I was as a kid a big fan of Adam Ant. You know, equivalently, he's got a few songs that are worth listening to. Including goody shoot, goody two, goody goody two shoot, goody two, goody two, goody goody two shoot. Man, innuendo follows. Must be something inside. That might be his best song, but you know, Adam Ant's also famous for "Desperate but Not Serious." Your kisses drive me delirious. Oh, Dancing with Myself is another Billy Idol song. Billy Idol has 4 songs? Wow. If you had said, I can name 4 Billy Idol songs that you're familiar with and that are famous, No, you cannot. Well, you just did, my friend. You just did. Well, four of them are famous, though. We've got White Wedding, we've got Rebel Yell, we got Dancing with Myself, and we got Eyes Without a Face. Also, that B side of his, Look at My Lip, Look at Me Snarl. Shout out David Byrne. Weird Al Yankovic was fun too. I mean, I don't think that Weird Al Yankovic, like, I don't get how he ever became successful. I don't think any of his ideas for mocking these songs by doing a parody version of it, I don't think any of them were good. Nor can I imagine anybody wanting to buy an album of that and listen to it over and over again. Like, how many times is Eat It gonna make you laugh if once you already have a terrible sense of humor? Apparently, he's a good accordion player, but you gotta do more in life than just be competent at the accordion and make ridiculous, no brain parodies of things. People like fourth slot NE. It's NE and a Safeway, and that's why he's popular. I think Weird Al is fourth slot NE. I guess it's possible. I don't know. I don't know. He's actually made parodies of bad songs and made them sound better. Okay, well, making a parody that's better than the original version of a bad song is not a goal anybody should have, right? Like, hey, this mindless parody of this bad song is less painful to listen to than the original. It's still not good, but if we lived in a universe where people were compelled to choose between the original or an alternative version of it, a cover of some kind, then maybe one could argue that isn't it great that this Weird Al parody exists? Because after all, we have to listen to some version of this song, and that one's not as bad as this one. Well, that would be fine, but we don't live in that universe. You, it, if Weird Al is parodying a bad song, my question is, why is he listening to this bad song so much that he wants to cover it with different lyrics? Maybe he actually likes it. I mean, Weird Al just kind of makes me cringe, you know? I just think like, oh God, no. Please tell me you aren't doing this. Like I just always feel like I'm not in safe hands when Weird Al starts up with something. And I don't think comedy and music go well together anyway. It's like comedy doesn't is the thing that ages least well or has the least replay value. Whereas music has the most replay value. If you have a good song, then you might be able to listen to it thousands of times in your life and never stop thinking it's a great song. But if part of the appeal of a song is that it is funny, well, that's going to wear off very quickly. And then it'll have to, you know, get by on its actual likability, idealness as a track or a rendering of that composition. In which case, like the original composition it's copying, it will ultimately, at best, end up having somebody ignoring the words and just enjoying it because it's a good composition. Uh, like the only kind of exception I can think of to this comedy plus music equals bad is Tom Lear. And I guess it's because I never really found his songs particularly funny, but they're original songs that are clever, try to be funny. Some of them maybe are just a little funny, but regardless, they're good compositions, very catchy, original compositions, and they've got clever lyrics that at one point in history maybe actually made people laugh, but for my purposes, don't need to make me laugh for me to appreciate the music. Or for me to appreciate the lyrics. So, like in one Tom Lear song, it's about pornography. He says, it's lyric, as the judge remarked the day that he acquitted my Aunt Hortense, to be smut it must be utterly without redeeming social importance. Which is a very delightful bit of lyric writing, but isn't exactly funny per se. Dare to Be Stupid is an original song by Weird Al that I enjoy. Okay. I mean, I'm not that familiar with the catalog. It is not fair for me to dismiss the guy based on the fact that he mostly has parody covers without at least considering his original work as in the equation. So I guess I'll say I haven't done the homework to render a verdict on Weird Al. No, but I understand where you're coming from. I'm glad to hear that. This cat is all like, I want to eat some food with my mouth. Have you heard of Stan Bush? No. Part Stanley, part Bush. Stan Bush represents the first successful hybridization of plant and mammal. Should I drink this? I think the answer is yes. Why? Because I'm tired of coffee. I do have some water over here, though. But I've just got a little bit of water in the bottom of this bottle. There's a little bit more in that one, but it's fine. Never heard of Stan Bush. Open this with my lighter. Et voila. That's a skill that every father should teach their son. How to open beers with a lighter. Because whether they're real beers or non-alcoholic beers, if you've got a bottle, or even some other kind of drink, you've got a bottle that's got a non-screw-off lid, 90% of the time, you'll take the lid off with your lighter. Only 10% will you use a bottle opener. Void? I've never heard of them. South African band, huh? It's a pre-apartheid South African band. I mean, pre-Indian apartheid. They sing songs like "Get Back in Your Soweto Ghetto," you second-class citizens. Songs like "Reasons Why We Have to Keep Those People Over There." I I rode on a plane one time. I was like 18. I was going to Europe. And on the plane, sitting near me, I don't know if it was right next to me or if there was like a chair between us, maybe, but was this cute girl who was like around my age, maybe like 20, maybe, I don't know, close to my age. And I started talking to her, and I asked her about apartheid. This is back when apartheid was still going on. And she explained to me that, listen, we have to do that, okay? If we weren't doing that, the different tribes of black people would be at constant war with each other, killing each other left and right. But graciously, we have stepped in to give them a safe, confined area where they can stay and not have to worry about other tribes coming and attacking them. Obviously, I didn't really want to argue with the cute girl, so I was like, all right then. You guys are doing a great job. Anyway, it was kind of a interesting memory. The kind of memory that you have to be a certain age to even conceivably have, right? I think it was when I was in college that they ended apartheid, maybe early 90s. She is crazy. Who's she? All right, let me click this link and see what it's all about. Evoid. Sounds like NXS. And then an M, man, meow. Well, I guess I don't hate it so far. I like that they're like dropping dropping shit out, doing the energy bill stuff. It's very, you know, rave. It's very prescient of rave stuff. But this is obviously before rave, really. 1985. Is that all there is to it, though? I mean, the woman on the planet came out before. No, I know that's 1985 is before rave stuff. But I'm saying it's prescient of it. Like they're a little ahead of the times for 1985. But I'm still not sure if it actually qualifies as good. It seems like they're on to good artistic paths, but they haven't figured out how to walk them really. like that needs more in some regard, or variation of the same thing in some regard. Because in the status quo, that thing over and over again is just, it's going to get tiresome pretty quick. The other bit seemed fine. Shadows is your favorite E-Void song and a more complete song. But I mean, they're definitely worth. I appreciate you referencing them for me, because, like, that, even if it doesn't meet my standards for like making my playlist I listen to or something, it it's interesting in the ways that, yeah, especially for 1985, they're doing something very different than is happening in that time period, and that's fairly ahead of its time, it seems like. So that makes it interesting. But, and also it's got a kind of, there's portions of it that have funk done pretty well, which is very unusual for 1985. Maybe I'll have to check out Shadows. Shadows. Rachel and I were listening a little bit to some LCD Sound System in the car. LCD Sound System is amazing. Their good stuff is. Like, we listened to Tonight, which is probably my favorite LCD Sound System song. It's almost impossibly good in every conceivable way, including the music video, which is spectacular for being so straightforward. I don't care about videos, but it is a good video. The lyrics of that song are like just catching drips of God's blood. Tonight by LCD Sound System. Everybody's singing the same song. It's all tonight, 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 tonight. I never knew these artists talk so much about dying. Everybody's saying the same thing. It's all touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me tonight. Thanks, Rachel. Such a brilliant song. But they've got multiple super brilliant songs. Dance Yourself Clean is fantastic. And So You Wanted a Hit? Well, maybe we don't do hits. That's a great song. Most of New York, I Love You, But You're Bringing Me Down is great. Although it gets noisy and pointless at the end. Sometimes they get a little indulgent with their outros or whatever. Not everything they make is perfect, but the stuff that's good is, wowza, that's good. Daft Punk is playing at my house. I'm losing my edge. I Can Change. I Can Change is a great track. Someone Great. Not that one. I don't know even what this song sounds like. It's possible I've heard it before, but yeah, I've heard this before. I don't really love this song that much. Although much more so than most any other artists, I can listen to LCD Sound System songs and have them grow on me and me come to appreciate that they were way better than I originally thought they were. But I don't think that would happen with this one exactly. Oh yeah, this is actually a good song. That's a good track. But still not one of my favorites. Losing My Edge is very good, as is obviously Daft Punk is playing in my house, but I Can Change is maybe my second favorite LCD Sound System song. Yeah. But it's hard to say even, because I like a lot of their stuff. You know, some people might. There's other good songs of theirs that other people might. Oh, I really like that song. And for me, it's just kind of like that would be a great track if another band did it. I'd say, wow, that's really great. But compared against other LCD Sound System songs, it's not as good as their other ones. Oh Baby is a song that has 7.4 million views from 7 years ago, which is even more than Daft Punk is playing at my house, which was released 16 years ago, and it's more than I Can Change, which only has 2.2 million views. I wonder maybe this Oh Baby is a good track or something. Oh Baby. Oh Baby. Maybe I have to listen to this later. I don't want to get copyrighted, but I'm curious. Of course, they love to take a long time in the energy build at the beginning of the tracks. Like, say you wanted a hit, they take that to the extreme. They have this ridiculously long intro that's anything but a hit. This is a good track. It's surprising that this is like their most viewed video. It seems like I would maybe tonight is more. Please try Shadows out. Shadows by Eve Meow Meow. I dream pretty much every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Oh, here it is, Shadows. But then I'll take like a week off, or a few days off, and this sounds more like conventional 80s music. I like the bass line. I mean, the thing is, I could conceive of myself listening to that, but I will say the vocals are a bit of a question mark for me. It's very time specific and like extremely new wave. Like I would it kind of reminds me of you just can't get enough. You just can't get enough. in terms of its overall vibe. Not like it reminds me of that as of that song compositionally, but bum 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 bum. Reminds me of that a little bit. What you all watching? We were watching some music video by this old band called uh Evoil or something. Evoid? Evoid? Not like a void with an A, but Evoid like with an E. And so the thing is, Skulkin, sometimes, depending on where I am in an Adderall bottle, I may stream for many hours on end. And sometimes I might just stream for a couple hours once a day or something, but generally speaking, I feel like my day isn't quite complete if I haven't at least checked in. I've got to be feeling really dopamine crash to just not stream at all. Let's go play poker at Club One. I'm not going to go play poker. Maybe if you had suggested this like at 10 p.m. or something, I might have been there. But have I ever taken acid? Oh, yeah. I've taken acid plenty of times, but not in a fair number of years, I guess. I have mushrooms right now. Oh, yeah. What? I got 3/8 of mushrooms left. I took an eighth of them this past Sunday. So I guess I'm kind of waiting till Sunday to take it again because I want to get the full effect of it, and I'm supposed to wait some length of time. I do like playing poker tournaments. I probably would more enjoy playing a live poker tournament than I do playing online poker tournaments, although I went through a little phase where I played a lot of online poker. I mean, I could eat some mushrooms right now. I'm just wondering if I'm doing myself a disservice from eating them too soon. But it's actually Saturday now. So it's 6 days. 6 days since I last took them. I gotta go to the baño. That's Mexican for, it means both banjo and barnyard. All right, see you later, Skulkin. Thanks for being here. I appreciate your interest. Nice to engage with somebody new who seems to like it around here. Appreciate you stopping by. While I'm going to the bathroom, I'll let you guys listen to a real slow drum beat, okay? So then you, at home, you get to make the song this time for yourself. Let's see, I think we'll go with what's this one? Gotta go to the bathroom. Gotta make some pee. But when I get back, oh my god, then gee. We're gonna make chords. We're gonna make you play. And then the things we stitching, we're gonna sing instead of say. Alright. But first we gotta wait until we put the button back on. That's right. Yeah, I did stand over there while I went to the bathroom.
Oh,
Or would you like to talk to them?
I can if you are looking for it, but if you've got it, then I'll hold it down when you don't want to talk.
Alright. Well, let me just play this little song I'm gonna play before I have to go to the bathroom, and then I'll hand you the camera, and you can talk to the people. Alright. Are you guys ready for some real music this time? My name is Tog. T-O-G, my name is Tog. T-O-G, we, my name is Tog. If it were French, it would say we, yes, cause you know that's it. My name is Tog. If you cut down a big tree, you get a log. If you cut down a big toad, you get a frog. If you cut down a big swamp, you get a bog. Don't just be a cog in the system. Nah, that makes me lose respect for you. Don't just be a cog in the system. You gotta learn how to excel in this mixed up world that smells like everybody left their trash in the back trunk of your car for a month. My name is Todd, that's my name. T-O-G's how you spell it, Jane. You spell it with a capital T, cause it's a proper name, don't you see? My name is Todd. I grew up in caves with Neanderthal frogs and a couple of knaves. I said, what you doing there? Why you looking at me like I'm different? Because you are so different. You're mostly Neanderthal. I'm Homo erectus now, y'all. Oh yeah? Well, I got some news for you, Homo erectus. You ain't Homo sapien. You like 3 generations prior according to evolution. Homo erectus, you got a super suggestive name. Even more suggestive than Homo frame. Homo erectus. Homo erectus is my name. Don't wear it out, cause I'm going to Spain. I gotta tell them on my passport true that my name is not Homo. It's true, it's Homo erectus. So named because I stood upright, straight as a tree, straight as a pole or a kite that's pulling on me. I'm Homo erectus. Oh my God, look how straight I stand. This is my land. These are my people. We are Homo erectus. You know, for a while there, it looked like Homo erectus was going to be the dominant humanoid life form on Earth. Homo erectuses were going around being all like, we can totally kill these Neanderthals. We're standing more upright than they are. We got a cooler name. Then along came Homo sapiens, and they said, TFB, Homo erectus. I'll just correct you guys. The topic moved to God for a moment. Did we talk about God? I don't remember talking about God. I believe I was talking about Homo erectus. You know, maybe Homo habilis. What's some more of those homos? Homo africanus, I believe, is one of them. I made the observation the other day for the first time. We surprised me for the first time I made the observation, but you know, humans have a lot of Neanderthal DNA in them because humans and Neanderthals mated with each other, hybridized. Well, then, if they mated with each other and made reproductively viable offspring, doesn't that mean they were the same species the whole time? Yes, that's a cat. Well, you know, Homo erectus as a group, there was a time when they were feeling kind of down on themselves. They're like, oh, Homo sapiens are cool now. And I said, you know what you guys need? You need a motivational song. And that's when I wrote that all-time classic hit, Homo erectus, Homo erectus, look at you, stand up so straight. wish we still had brontosauruses around. It'd be cool if, sometimes you walk out of your house and maybe it's just fucking massive brontosaurus, like as big as the hill over there, just kind of scooping up some leaves from the water. And you'd be like, oh my god, look at that brontosaurus. I guess if I could pick any dinosaur for us to still have, though, it might be the Stegosaurus. Maybe it could be pterodactyls as well. That'd be a good choice too. Crazy to see big ass pterodactyls flying through the sky. That is indeed a cat. Host Eric is 6'5". He doesn't need to be able to have to jump very high. I mean, it would have been useful if I had a little bit more hops back when I played basketball. I only played on casually pickup games and stuff. I never played on an organized team, but it was pretty clear to me from early on that I could not jump high. If I jumped up as high as I could, I'd get like this high off the ground. So that was kind of disappointing. A bit of a limiting factor in my abilities, but it's still the case that at 6'5", playing in random pickup games, that I could successfully contribute to a winning effort with defensive rebounding, an occasional instance of post play on offense, but I was much better at defense and rebounding than I was at running offensive set of some kind, or certainly I wasn't a good enough ball handler to function like a point guard. So, typological Larry Bird. LEVF. I'm good. Use that height. I use that height. With size speciation. Yeah, well. I am fortunately not going to go on an evolution rant today. I mean, I know it's Saturday. Don't you need to get in at least one evolution rant per Saturday? Not necessarily, no. I think today we're going to bypass the evolution rant. And we're going to head straight into my discussion of how labels, the difference between distinctions or dichotomies and cardinal functions that are descriptive of a specific mechanical difference versus those that are just labels that allow us to shorthand a group. So, for example, the distinction between extroverts and introverts is sort of a real one, because you can describe it in terms that applies to every single extrovert. So it is the case for every single extrovert that putting information in one of two possible modalities is going to function as an absolute value. Whereas for every single introvert, getting or receiving information is going to function as getting and receiving information is going to function as absolute values in 1 and 3, right? So there is a difference there's a commonality that's shared by all extroverts. And if you combine get and receive information into engage epistemically, then there's a commonality between all introverts in terms of which information directionality or flow of information do they see as an end in itself. Now let's look at the terms. So that's it does make a real distinction. There is something common to all extroverts that can be referenced when making that distinction. Now let's look at a distinction called is equivalent in terms of its robustness. It's a quadra distinction. You can articulate what all those four types have in common, namely they have the same four conscious functions. You could, however, here's an example of one that's weaker, the NTs. Well, the NTs include both TI types and TE types, and they include NI types and SI types. So there's not really any commonality among them except that they have N and T over F, but that's not really a distinction exactly. Like, again, there's nothing actually common among them except that because they don't necessarily prefer the same kind of intuition over sensing, and they don't necessarily prefer the same kind of thinking over feeling. So, like, because TE and TI are so different, TE over FI is not sharing a commonality with TI over FE. In fact, it's the opposite. It's like TE over FI prioritizes the action interface side of things, whereas TI versus over FE prioritizes the deliberation aspect of things instead of interface. So there's no commonality there. Another one that's like that is perceivers. So there's no particular reason why what we call N, E, SE, NI, SI perceiving functions. In other words, there's no commonality among all those four functions that's also absent from all the other functions. And in fact, when people describe perceivers, one of the number one things they use to say perceivers are different from judgers is they say perceivers like to do things on the fly. They like to be flexible, not plan ahead, not be married to a plan, etc. Well, that's probably true for both SE and NE, and it's probably pretty true for INFJ, less so for INTJ, and not at all true for ISFJ or ISTJ, both of whom almost every single day wake up and go over in their head the things they plan to get done today and in the order in which they're going to either do them or have them happen to them, depending on what kind of thing it is, right? But, like, there's no way that Cameron gets up in the morning and says, I just want to leave it all open-ended. I don't want to know now what time I'm going to have lunch or what I'm going to do after lunch or something like that. It's just not how SI DOMs work. And it doesn't matter if it's paired with TE or FE. My mom was very much always running over in her head and kind of talking out loud too. The things that she had to do coming up, the things she had already done, what she was going to do after that. You know, granted, their planning doesn't necessarily, for SI DOMs, especially for ISFJs, it doesn't necessarily stretch out very far into the future. ISTJs probably do a better job of planning the months ahead, but that's the SI way, right? Like, I know I have an appointment tomorrow morning, this morning at 11:15, because I keep reminding myself of it. Oh, you said that already. Nice. What is Enneagram? Enneagram is I guess you'd say a taxonomy of people's reflexive response to three specific negative emotions: anger, shame, and fear. Essentially, it says that when faced with one of these three emotions, well, they all kind of link to externalities, right? So either someone's mad at you or you're mad at someone. Someone's shaming you or you're feeling ashamed of yourself. Or someone or something is scaring you. In those instances, that you're going to have a default reaction of either confront, avoid, or withdraw for each of them, and that one of them will be more predominant in your significance calculus, right? I'd like to give you a quick and dirty Enneagram test when I go inside. I don't have any problem with Enneagram as I articulate it. The only problems I have with Enneagram they stem from other people trying to attribute a person's ways to their Enneagram type instead of to their function stack. It's like Enneagram is just it's a pop-up info bubble that shows up when you hover over FI and says, here's a little something more we can know about how your FI will play out regardless of what slot it's in. You believe human experience is triadic between the MBTI, Enneagram, and another system? I mean, what do you think the other system is? I would definitely say that there's no way it could be triadic with Enneagram and cognitive functions at the same level on, Enneagram is a way of making predictions about a person's FI triggered responses when those FI triggers are specific emotions. So it doesn't actually try to explain personality. It's not actually a personality system. We don't have good reason to believe a person's Enneagram type is unchangeable over the course of their life. And whereas cognitive functions explains all the possible ways people pay attention, cognitive functions is just, an Enneagram is just looking into one of those functions in more detail and saying, in addition to the predictions and descriptions we can make with cognitive functions, we can go into a little more detail about FI because, okay, Kitty, in or out? You're letting the bugs in. there's a little more detail about FI because uh, there's this system based purely on observations called Enneagram that tells us, it seems to be observationally true, that whoever you are, wherever FI is in your stack, you're likely to be highly predictable in how you react to one of these negative emotions. Pretty predictable, very predictable with another one, and sort of predictable with the third one. Because the order of in which they fall in your Enneagram tri-type is indicative of how important that negative emotion is to you and how ingrained your habitual response to it is. So I'm 784, which means when something is scary, be it like a deadline or I need to get stuff done before or oh no, I don't know what's going to happen with this thing or whatever, that my default approach to it is to avoid it. To say, okay, well, let's just pretend that's not a possibility and try to not think about it. With anger, my default response is to meet anger with anger, or to meet things that are angering with anger. Some people are very slow to anger, some people are quicker to anger, but the best operational test you can have for whether you're an 8 is if somebody comes up to you all mad at you and you don't feel like you did anything wrong, especially, how are you going to react? Some people will just be like, well, fine, if you're going to be so mad, have your way. Just appease them. Some people will be like, I'm not going to talk to you when you're mad like this. You can come talk to me when you calm down. And then my way will be like, oh, you're mad? Well, I'm mad. Fuck y'all. You know? That one is super concrete, easy to explain, easy to check. But like I said, you can't have a triad of things explaining human experience that includes both cognitive functions and Enneagram, because it would be like saying we're going to include as key things for humans needs food, shelter, and one of those cool toys from the Happy Meals that they're giving away right now. Those three things are not at the same category level, right? Cognitive functions explains pretty much all of human consciousness that we can talk about as an object of analysis. There's no kind of human experience that people experience consciously anyway. Which is to say, like, if they're unconscious because they're under general anesthetic or something, that doesn't count for this. But there's no kind of human experience or thing that we can point to or reference as an object of analysis or anything else that we can't successfully say, okay, well, that's an example of this kind of paying attention. Because it passes these tests, which both are necessary and sufficient conditions for it to be in this set and eliminate the possibility of it being in these other sets. So my claim about cognitive functions is that properly articulated, a cognitive function explanation is comprehensive of all human attention. That doesn't mean it's that I've comprehensively articulated everything there is to say about every form of attention, just that any example of attention does neatly fit into one of the categories. Well, Enneagram is not about NI at all. It's about distinct forms of FI. There's nothing about it that's NI. If you're saying that having this external map of different possible human expressions is an NI way of understanding people by knowing their Enneagram type, I guess. But the thing to remember is that the person who's consuming something pays attention to it however they pay attention to it. So if an NI polar person learns about Enneagram, they might still find it interesting. They might still understand it to some extent. If something purely requires holistic knowing, then if somebody has poor introverted intuition, they're literally going to be unable to nutshell a long sentence because they will not be able to distinguish between things that are important details and things that are minor, insignificant things that can be excised. They have trouble distinguishing between things that are relevant and irrelevant. It seems like everyone has a personality enneagram and inducts knowledge a certainty way, MBTI, to do a certain task. No, cognitive functions include not just metabolizing information, but in fact, getting information, receiving information unbidden, putting information, and interfacing. So there's two basic kinds of action that are ways of putting information on external fields or on internal fields. So it is not the case that MBTI represents an induction of knowledge a certain way to do a certain task. That's not the case. Not every form of attention is doing tasks. Not every form of attention is processing data. Not every form of attention is taking action, etc. Enneagram measures our fight, flight, or freeze responses, explains how we use our head, heart, or gut. Archetypes are our natural instincts. If our natural instincts display the same natural instincts for survival and reproduction. I mean, Winston's mom is not conveying a behavioralist view of anything. A behavioralist maybe means something different than behaviorist, but all she's saying is that Enneagram, to the extent that it's worth anything, it's worth something because it correctly and successfully predicts how, once they've established what Enneagram type you are, will predict how you will consistently react to these three possible negative emotional stimuli that might happen. So it has nothing to do with God or not to do with God. It's about Enneagram claiming that these responses to those kind of emotional triggers are reflexive and more or less involuntary, and ergo that you can predict a person will consistently react that way across time and not particularly learn to react a different way, or sometimes do it a different way. Enneagram's not very clear on whether in the long term things can change. Like, I'm not sure I'm as much of an 8 as I used to be. I don't seem to be as prone to anger. But the thing is, that's what Enneagram is saying. And to the extent that we should give it credit for being worth something, it's because it's saying that. Okay, so yeah, I was thinking of behaviorism as per Skinner, and certainly that's not at all what Winston Bell was saying. What she was saying is that Enneagram observes people's behavior, quote unquote, as responses to specific kind of stimuli, and says they didn't just respond that way this time because of either choice or random culmination of multiple factors doing. Instead, that represents a reflexive approach to that kind of stimuli that you'll see this person do almost every time. That's all it's saying. And certainly if we want to do any kind of good intellectual work about people, then that's exactly the kind of thing we should be doing, right? Hey, you might think this is weird, but I've observed that like pretty much everybody all the time, they have one strategy that they use in response to anger, they use all the time, pretty much, and they never use the other possible approaches. Or what kind of possible approaches are there? Well, you can confront, avoid, or withdraw. Turns out that if you were to test this idea by finding a bunch of people and doing multiple instances of triggering their response without them understanding what you were testing, you too would find that they consistently react the same way in every instance, regardless of contextual differences to the trigger, as long as it's the right emotion. And then somebody could go out there and test that and see, hey, it's right, what do you know? I tend to think it's basically right about that claim. And that claim, and being right about that claim, is what gives it value. Well, even if you are born with your Enneagram tri-type, that doesn't change what I'm saying about it. So maybe Enneagram type is permanent throughout your life and therefore qualifies as a part of your personality. Doesn't change at all anything I'm saying about it. That the reason we know there's something there that's worth keeping around as an intellectual tool is because it's testable, makes predictions, and accordingly we can evaluate the taxonomy to see that if it's actually drawing lines where they naturally occur, or if it's forcing something onto something where you can draw lines wherever and say, yeah, I saw you a picture of a seashell. So, I mean, I get that you are into God, but whether or not a person's Enneagram tri-type is, quote unquote, given to them by God they're born with it, but it's some sort of genetic expression, or they develop it in early childhood, it that's irrelevant to what it's doing intellectually, what we can legitimately do with it intellectually, and or whether or not it's it's on an equal frame level with cognitive functions in terms of explaining the same level of thing. And the answer is no. It's something that's specifically trying to explain, not even trying to explain, but trying to make observations about specific FI stuff and say that we can predict that you'll react the same way every time to these specific kind of triggers. So it's not really explaining anything, right? It's just making an observation, making predictions, and more or less validating with observations when tested. And so that's all well and good, but that's all it does, and we shouldn't pretend as though we can do other things with it and still be using it correctly. It goes beyond behavior. Again, we're talking about how a person is going to react to a certain trigger. So if you think that any reaction to a trigger comprises a behavior, then indeed, the only way we can ever test Enneagram or afford it any legitimacy or weight is through actually checking to see if its claims are consistent. The only way we can check is to see if a person's reaction to a given negative emotion remains the same. In other words, if it's indeed consistent with Enneagram's core claims rather than inconsistent. So, I'm not sure why you think that we should do more with Enneagram than we should do. It's moving in to step back and asserting there's a metaphysical mold, which y'all have said is seen around consistent behavior, which I agree with. I think it's more than mere behavior. The difference, you have to map and see Enneagram behaviors. I don't disagree. I think it goes beyond behavior. Okay, well, the thing is, whatever thing you're saying about Enneagram, if you're saying anything at all, then you're saying Enneagram allows us to understand this distinction. So some people are snarty and other people are blah, blah, blah. So when I'm telling you that Enneagram is more than just reactions or behaviors that we can test and observe, I'm telling you that there's something about it that explains the difference between snarty and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but the thing is, no matter what you think about the origin of cognitive functions or Enneagram, that's not relevant in what we're trying to do with either lexicographical tool. So it is the case that cognitive functions gives us words, a set of words and tools that allows us to both describe instances of attention, explain how consciousness expresses in measurable ways, in distinct ways that you can distinguish from one another. And it allows us to explain why a given person has so much trouble with meow, but finds meow so easy, for example. So that's what we're doing with cognitive functions. Note, of course, that to use the lexicographical tool, remember that cognitive functions is a tool made out of words. To use that tool correctly has nothing to do with God at all. In fact, if we're analyzing something correctly, we're not including in our analysis linkages to God unless our analysis is about something actually linked to God. So if I'm discussing the history of humans sacrificing other humans to deities and the gradual diminishment of that over time, and trying to additionally link that diminishment to the rise of monotheistic God, well, then it's absolutely appropriate for me to bring up points about God because they're relevant. But because what we're trying to do with cognitive functions and enneagram is not explain how humans have engaged this idea of God over the course of their history, but instead is to explain how those things I've already said, then if you are including God in your analysis of cognitive functions, you're not analyzing cognitive functions. You're talking about God. Okay, well, it is the case that a person's cognitive function stack does not change over the course of their life. Enneagram, I tend to agree with you that probably a person's enneagram stays the same their whole life too, but we don't have a good reason to believe that. The only thing supporting enneagram is that it's consistent with observations. None of us can really observe whether everyone's enneagram trait type stays the same for their whole lives. There's no reason implicitly why it ought to, but unlike cognitive function stacks, which my stack represents essentially my handedness in intentional manners. My stack represents also two functions, basically, my dominant and my tool, from which we can infer every other function's slot and accordingly conscribe the relationship with it, Okay, Filer, I really get the sense that you're not hearing me a lot of times. Like, I keep bringing it back to ways we can use this tool to produce reliable results, or ways we can use this tool to understand things, or ways we can misuse a tool and be led astray. And you keep acting as though it's not a tool that one uses or fails to use successfully. So if you're trying to use Enneagram, but let's say you insist that whatever you infer as something that would necessarily follow from God's hands all over it, like maybe you think, no, Enneagram is God's will for you. Well, then you're going to conclude things like it must not change over the course of your life. Not because we've observed that to be the case necessarily, not because there's any mechanical reason within the thing, but because of this extra thing that you think comes before the question of what can we reasonably say about Enneagram? And what can we, like, if you're going to infer specific things about Enneagram and cognitive functions that are predicated on the idea that, on your arguments about God, well, the thing is, you don't seem to get that it's possible for us to draw a frame around a discursive event. So if I want to talk to you about why you were late for work today, God may very well exist, and you could point out that God exists, but unless you're trying to claim that God reached down from heaven and made you late, it's absolutely not relevant to the question being asked. Even if you're going to try to claim that God's relevant to everything, because without God, nothing would exist, that doesn't make him relevant to everything. Relevance is specific to that framed out discursive space that we use to do intellectual work with words. Increasingly, I'm concerned that you're not interested in gaining the benefits of having me provide words used properly, right? I I explained to you why no, that's not me, but I get a lot of repetition of me as though you didn't hear what I said. Now keep in mind, you could still agree with me, but before you can continue to make that argument again, you've got to rebut what I said on point, responsively. So So it might be the case that person's born with their cognitive function stack. I certainly think that's the case. But it's hard to establish when babies are very young that they've got both their dominant and their tool function in the same places that they are as they get a little older. It certainly is not really possible for us to falsify the idea that maybe a baby's born with their dominant function and which tool function uh, completes it or complements it is determined somehow in the mix of the next couple of weeks. I can't eliminate that possibility because it's very challenging to test newborn babies and see if their function stack remains the same. So the correct response, the correct position on whether people are born with their cognitive functions is we don't know. It seems likely, but there's not really any good way to validate that yet. If you're saying that because God made people, we can know the answer to that question, and it's definitely the case that people were born with it, and that's your justification, well, first of all, that does not follow from that, right? It's like, even if God did make all the people, it does not follow that he necessarily made that part of them inborn. For example, I wasn't uh, I wasn't born with this denture. I wasn't born with any teeth at all, presumably, but I grew some in. Does that mean that God didn't make my teeth? Because if he had, they'd be inborn. So if that's your justification for why people's cognitive functions and enneagram must be inborn, it doesn't make any sense at all. And even if we concede your proposition that God definitely exists in exactly the way you say, it still doesn't imply that anything either way about the question of whether people are born with those things. Now, what I want to see from you, what I want to hear from you, Filer, I want to hear you repeat back to me what my warrant was for negating the idea that God's existence necessitates things being inborn. So I can see that you heard me, understood what I said, and are prepared to either respond to it or concede the point. To clarify the question I'm asking again, just to make sure there's no confusion, why is it the case that God's existence does not inform us regarding whether people are born with cognitive functions or enneagram stacks? I mean, they're born with cognitive functions extant, but we cannot determine that they're born with the stack in the order that it's in. Even if we have plenty of good indication that's probably the case and not really any good reason to think otherwise, I'll say it again. So if it seems to be, and if it is the case that your warrant for why enneagram and cognitive function stacks must be inborn is because God exists and God made people, therefore they must be inborn. Well, if that's your warrant, it doesn't withstand any scrutiny at all, because obviously God creates parts of people in this. If we concede your premise, God creates parts of people that aren't there when they're born, like teeth, for example. Does that mean that God didn't create teeth? And if that's not your warrant for why they must be inborn, then what is your warrant? Okay, well, I'm asking you, what was my explanation as to why, even if we concede your premise about God existing and making people and stuff, that does not imply that everything about a human is necessarily there when they're born. So what was my warrant? Like, I gave you a counterexample that falsified the claim, right? Explain to me why it's the case that answers to questions about God are not informative about whether cognitive function stack or enneagram are inborn. And again, I'm asking you to explain to me my reasoning. And the thing is, the rebuttal I gave, it is definitive. It falsifies that warrant if that is your warrant. Okay, well, I'll assume you're typing. I will wait, but I'm skeptical that you're going to be actually responsive. Okay, well. I guess there's just a mystery that'll never be solved, huh? Okay? So the reason why, well, first I said, if your warrant, because I'm not exactly sure what your warrant is, but if your warrant is that people's cognitive function stacks and enneagram tritypes must be inborn because God made them, then either God only made some parts of people because not every part of a person is present when they're born, or it's not the case that God's existence, if we concede your premise, implies anything either way about whether functions or your stack is set at birth or set sometime a little bit after that. Says nothing to us either way about whether, same thing for enneagram. We know that cannot possibly be a thing that we use to determine whether or not something is inborn because people aren't born with teeth. Does that mean that God didn't make those people or didn't make their teeth? Slang in Churchill's says, hey, 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 what have we here? Well, we have a little something that I call Eric's personal insanity. I try over and over again to explain things, laboring under the almost certainly false pretense that if I can just explain things well enough, a light bulb will go off and they'll say, oh, I see what you're saying. You are right about that, or something like that. But I've learned over the years that different people use words for different reasons with a different fundamental frame of reference. And if people aren't using them the way that I'm using them, in other words, definitionally to convey information and to excise wrongness, then it doesn't matter how well I explain things because they aren't evaluating the legitimacy of something on its merits objectively by a TI, or they're evaluating it on some other metric. No, I'm not asking you what Aristotle says. I'm asking you what my reasoning was. I'm asking you to demonstrate that you understood what I said and can repeat it back to me. Okay, but here's the thing, Filer. An acorn may have the full form of the tree in itself as an acorn, but when you look at an acorn, it is nevertheless incorrect to say it currently has branches and leaves, right? And so that's the question we're asking. No, it doesn't answer the problem. So in fact, an acorn does not have a fully formed miniature tree with leaves and stuff inside of it. That is not the case. So if we're asking the question, is a tree born with branches and leaves, or does it develop them later? The answer is it develops them later. If we ask, are people born with teeth, or do they grow them in later? The answer is they grow them in later. So if you were to have done the job I asked, you would have said, well, your reasoning was, I can provide a counterexample of something that's implicit to humans that isn't grown in yet when they're born. So ergo, not everything about humans is fully formed at birth. If in fact you had done the job I had asked you to do, you would have explained to me my reasoning was a counterexample falsifies the general rule that because God makes something, therefore everything about it is fully formed at birth and fully determined at birth. That counterexample does falsify that the use of that warrant to justify what you were justifying. Hey, Taylor, how you doing? Nice to see you. How am I doing, Miss Matthew Clark? I'm doing quite well, thank you. But I'm playing bang my head against the wall. Which is to say, I once again am attempting to explain something to somebody, but they aren't able or willing to engage with what I'm actually saying. Nor are they able or willing to check what they're saying against actual universe. For example, my friend here, Filer, has claimed that an acorn already has within it, before it sprouts, a full tree. I've pointed out that no, after an acorn grows a bit, it begins to grow branches and leaves, but it doesn't have them when it's still an acorn. You say, again, we have different metaphysics, we start in different places. No, Filer, don't misrepresent things, right? You made the factually false claim that you can determine for sure that something about a person is fully formed when they're born because that's how it is when God makes something. Except we have a counterexample in play on the flow that proves, in fact, there are some things about people that are born without them coming in yet, and they come in later. So that counterexample disproves your warrant that you can use the fact that God made people to infer that therefore everything about them is fully formed at birth or fully determined at birth. A baby's skull still hasn't fused at birth. So it's absolutely not the case that given God exists and made everybody, that we can therefore conclude that people are born with their cognitive function stack already set and determined. I think they are. But if we are being honest, instead of married to our wrongness, we acknowledge that we can think of examples of things that humans are born without them being fully formed yet. And that disproves the idea that everything that God makes is born fully formed. Okay, it has the potential for a full tree. But what we're arguing about here is whether it's possible that a cognitive function stack, let's say you're born with your dominant function, and what your second function, which one of the two it turns out to be, is determined several weeks into life. Is that possible, we're saying? Can we falsify that claim that that's possible? And so it doesn't matter if an acorn has the potential for a full tree. I'm not saying humans don't have the potential to have a cognitive function stack. I'm not saying that humans don't inevitably have a cognitive function stack that doesn't change throughout their entire life. But what I am saying is that it's certainly possible, or we don't have any good reason to falsify the idea that it's possible, that it doesn't happen right at birth, or it doesn't happen before birth, but it happens shortly after birth. You might argue against that in any number of possible ways. You could come up with various experiments to determine that, thought experiments that possibly could eventually someday be turned into real experiments or whatever. However, you can absolutely, in no sane universe, justify the claim that we know that stack is, people are born with that stack already fully formed and determined, because that's how it is for everything that God makes. But I mean, that's not, well, he's thinking about the potential. I mean, then he's doing a terrible job of understanding anything. We are talking about whether or not we can defensively make the claim that a person is definitely born with their stack. It's not maybe determined a little bit later. And he's saying, no, we can definitively defend the claim because it follows logically from the fact that God made you. When I point out that that does not follow logically, here's a counterexample: teeth. He says it's just like acorns. Acorns they already have a full tree inside of them. Well, no, they definitely do not. And just because they have the potential to grow into a tree, that's just proof of my point that there's lots of things in the world that have different stages of development. So a tree that's still an acorn has not yet produced any flowers. It won't for a while until it gets fairly big. That doesn't mean that God didn't make it, because after all, it wasn't born with everything already fully formed and finalized. That's just not how things work, right? We'll have to disagree then. Okay, well, the thing is, you don't have a position. You just have a claim that's totally unsubstantiated. The warrant you gave me for why it's necessarily the case that people are born with their stack and determined, I've falsified it. We've come up with counterexamples, and I've proved, in fact, that an organism changes sometimes dramatically according to the stage of development. That caterpillars can't fly yet, even though they will eventually turn into butterflies. Therefore, we cannot conclude that caterpillars are born with their wings already in place, because that's how God does stuff. The question of whether a caterpillar is born ready to fly or has to get there through some developmental process is an easy one to answer. We can all see it visually. Cognitive function stack question is much more difficult to answer, because even if we can establish to a good degree of certainty that a given function is dominant, let's say they're an action type, whether or not they're parsing things with TI or FI is going to be very difficult to tell in a newborn baby. And that's just the truth. The only meaningful way to have a position that says it's definitely the case that cognitive functions are inborn is to determine that through testing and observation. There might conceivably be a world where you can deductively establish that it necessarily must be so, predicated on other facts about the world. But as I've said many times, even if the facts you are using as premises / assumptions are 100% true, the thing that you claim is necessitated by those facts does not follow logically from those. It does not follow, and we have a counterexample that falsified the general claim that this mechanism of God causing completeness at birth, it falsifies it completely. So you don't disagree, you just refuse or cannot parse this with actual word thinking. You probably think, hey, listen, we don't need to be all black and white about this. We can have different opinions. You don't have an opinion. You have something that's in stark contrast to everything I've just said. It has proved definitively that it cannot be true. And it works both ways. If it were true, then we'd have to say that everything that wasn't fully formed at birth was not made by God. Would you want that? Okay, You have these labels that you use. They're words you don't know what they mean. You misattribute them to different things all the time because you think they have negative connotations or whatever, or because it allows you to put me in some basket that explains why I'm disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with you because you're not making any sense. Your argumentation is fucking terrible. Your warrants are garbage, and you're wrong. That's why I'm disagreeing with you. And I'm trying to explain to you why you're wrong. I'm giving you every piece of information anybody could possibly ever need or want to actually understand the thing. And instead of trying even to understand it or actually fulfilling my request and repeating back to me what my reasoning was, you just say, well, we'll just agree to disagree. You, sir, are a poster child for how wrong this happens and how Eric gets fucking pissed off. I spent all this time actually saying meaningful words to you that can be informative and instructive, and you don't even want to hear them so much that you will not repeat back to me my own reasoning when I ask you to verify that you actually understand what the fuck I'm saying or engage with it at all. You required me to repeat it multiple times because apparently you did not understand it or just didn't like what it said. I've had this experience before. I've banged my head against this wall plenty of times. I know what this is. Oh, you're in here, sorry. I was going to turn the light off. I thought nobody was in there. It's my old nemesis again. Your intellect theater has absolutely run its course. You want to say sentences that don't mean anything specific, that kind of make it seem like you're doing some kind of philosophy thing. Determining things through discourse and reasoning is a rigorous science that requires a certain kind of mind who's also doing the specific work required in a thorough and rigorous way. It requires a person who's expressly trying to define the terms such that anybody can use it to determine the status of something equally, and so that they can check for validity by using my explanation as tests and testing my explanation. You, on the other hand, want nothing less than become more correct by virtue of understanding correctly what I'm saying. It's just like, I can't believe I talked to you about that God proof of yours for such a long time. There was not a single point at which you provided an actual warrant that withstood any scrutiny. Your basic claim was, as far as I could tell, that God must exist because otherwise people couldn't say true things, which is counterfactual entirely, because it's certainly possible to say true things within a given frame of reference, provided we define P as apple and Q as orange. P and Q translates into apple and orange. It's 100% true in every universe because it's conditionally true. If this were an alligator, I'd be holding an alligator in my hand. It is 100% true in every universe because it's conditionally true. The idea that conditional truth would somehow predicate on God's existence rather than being a quality implicit to statement connectives, tautology, and language is, of course, insane. Because if what you're saying is just, well, God exists because otherwise nothing else would, then you have no idea what even remotely qualifies as an actual justification for things, a warrant that actually serves to explain something or provide a mechanism or anything like that. You are just pulling shit covered vagaries out of your ass and pasting onto them some philosophy words and presenting them as intellect. Well, sir, you have crossed my line of pleasantness. I have had my complete fill of your dissembling nonsense and your agree to disagree when I have laid right in front of you the only thing that you should be thinking about regarding that topic, which is my standing and determinate rebuttals. And instead of doing anything with them, instead of rebutting them, instead of embracing them, instead of respecting them and appreciating them for how they cleanse you from wrongness, you don't want to listen to them at all. You just want to disagree. You don't even, you can't disagree when you're not saying anything. The only thing we can disagree about is whether you're saying something. You seem to think you are. I know you're not. Why do I do this over and over again? Try to explain something to somebody, I should be able to tell early on, okay, this is one of those. I hate to say it, I've not typed them, but you know what I'm saying. It's one of those things in that slot. And I understand that this is utterly futile, and it's not his fault. He literally cannot do this any more than I can use an interested calculus to ignore brazen problems with some bit of reasoning. I guess that the reason it gets me mad every time is because it feels to me like, you know, I'm shooting around at the basketball court. Somebody comes up, they've got a basketball. They're like, hey, you want to play some basketball? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then it turns out the thing they're playing is not basketball at all. According to them, if they touch even the bottom of the net with the ball, that counts as a basket, and they don't need to dribble. And um, what do you mean? That's a foul. As they shove you in the act of shooting to make it harder for you to make the basket, etc. And you go, and for a while, you try to say, okay, but no, listen, if we're gonna play basketball, we have to at least have this for you have to dribble. So then he goes through some pretend dribble, picks it up, walks a few steps, and dribbles again, and picks it up. And I spend hours trying to explain to this guy how to play basketball rather than immediately saying, oh, never mind. No, thank you. I don't want to play basketball with you. What you call basketball is not basketball. And I should not be even willing to take on the job of teaching you such basic things about the basketball game. How did you even come? Why would you even go to the basketball court? Since surely you've encountered people before who said, that's not basketball. Oh. He seemed like a nice person, and now I'm gonna be all mad at myself later for being mean and oh, it just happens all the time. And of course, I do not do the equivalent the other way around. I don't go to your church and say, it's great that you guys are praying and all, but make sure that you don't affirm any of these bad purported proofs of God. You know, people want to express their faith as a wholly unjustified belief that reason proves God. Go ahead. Like, I don't go to a police sketch artist who's trying to draw a picture that looks like somebody and say, you know what? Let's make this an impressionist painting. I don't like how photorealistic it is. The point is, it's supposed to be photorealistic because you're using it to do something. And if you do it that way, it accomplishes nothing. Well, if I were to watch this Jay Dyer video, it would not be to debate him because I'm sure I'd have to, I don't even know if I could debate him, right? It would be purely to critique, either positively or negatively, the argumentation. And I fully expect that if I were to watch it, it would be as wholly indefensible a purported proof as every other proof of God I've heard. However, most significantly, if you claim to be convinced by it, then you must be able to explain in full what all the warrants are and why it's convincing. You were utterly unable to do so. So if in fact you don't understand it, then you don't have any reason to believe it, even if he's right. Paradigms are circular? No, I mean, a paradigm of interested calculus, I'm going to choose the things that benefit me most, is not circular. You can accumulate wealth, attain more and more optimized life for yourself over time. There's nothing circular about it at all. And this is the problem that I am having with you and will continue to have with you. You are not using words to mean what they mean. Circular means something specific. It is not the case that all paradigms are circular at a certain level. And some things might be closed systems and predicated on definitionally justified deduction, but that doesn't mean that they're all tautological. The statement connectives are still meaningfully distinct from one another, and in combination, you can deduce statements that are necessarily true that are not included anywhere in the premises. So it's not circular. And what do you even mean by circular? Why am I even arguing with you? How can I make any progress arguing with you if you don't use words to mean what they mean and you don't care that they don't mean what they mean? Because all what you know is that definitely we can rationally prove that God exists. You don't know how or why, and you don't need to know how or why. You don't need a meaningful explanation that actually withstands scrutiny, because even if you don't know it, you're confident that Jay does. That's just terrible. Like, you claimed that argument convinced you because it was so correct, but you can't even articulate what it was and refer me to listen to Jay explain it because he's got the degree in philosophy. A degree in philosophy, he could have a million degrees and everything. Makes no fucking difference whatsoever to me, that's for sure. I do not think he's more likely to be correct because he has a PhD in philosophy than you are without one. He's more likely to be correct than you, probably because you've done a catastrophically bad job of being correct. So if he's somewhat less catastrophically bad, then I guess he'd win that contest. But being correct is part of a process, right? You've got to be trying to find what's wrong with what you're saying, not trying to find reasons why what you believe for no reason is actually justified. That's not a good way to go about anything. And the thing is, there's lots of places in the world where you're kind of paying attention, which is directed at conveying stuff on the side of your religious fervor, by and large. That's fine if your goal is to evangelize to people on the grounds that it's better in practical sense to believe in God, pray, etc. Good for your soul. It allows you to engage in certain kinds of questions with the sense that there is a definitive answer to them without in the absence of any rational framework that allows you to do so, like say positive moral indications, whatever. There's lots of good reasons why somebody might want to engage in faith. There aren't any good reasons why anybody would want to evangelize to others about it. But if that's what you want to do, go for it. But it's like, if you want to preach the wonderful world of horse riding, fine. But don't try to tell us that not only is it more fun and get to commune with an animal and be outside in a nice way, whatever, don't also try to tell us it's the fastest way to get from here to Phoenix or the best way to get transportation from here to Phoenix or that um, or that the fact that you have a horse somehow proves that you should ride it to Phoenix. Let things do what they're supposed to do and have their lane. You know, if I'm explaining why it's a good idea to brown both sides of a steak before you put it in the oven / cut it up and put it in a stew. The explanation has to do with caramelization, right? It's conceivable for every single thing in the world that I could also make unsubstantiated links to God. The reason we do that is because it tastes better. And the reason it tastes better is because caramelization is something that God wanted to exist so that people could make their steak taste better. Okay, well that's not even relevant to the explanation. Is caramelization. Sugars get caramelized and gives it some texture and a different kind of flavor. There's a name for it, the meow meow reaction of some kind. You can go into more detail about the chemistry of the changes and stuff if you wanted to. And that would be part of an explanation. It may incidentally, let's just concede, even though it hasn't been established, let's just concede for the sake of argument that incidentally, it's also true that God exists and He made everything. That's still not relevant to explaining why you brown a steak on both sides before you put it in the oven. Absolutely not relevant. Not part of the explanation. An ancillary thing you're going into where you're just arbitrarily creating a linkage to the actual explanation. And even worse, trying to justify totally unsubstantiated claims in the process. Oh, what a... This is the sort of thing. Like I gotta be a good shepherd of my own emotional state. Like after this stream, I'll probably be upset at myself, like I was saying, for just rolling with my annoyance rather than making a considered decision about whether or not I wanted to invest that much attention or emotion into the thing. Like when we're driving back from Rachel's birthday dinner, I was thinking about objective and subjective in the conversation I had with Fly Guy prior to that, and how frustrating that was. It was like super frustrating because obviously you have a label like, let's say, extrovert. If extrovert highlights a meaningful, real distinction that all extrovert types share and no extrovert types share, then it's a distinction that is saying something. So extroverts, they all have as absolute values putting information, whereas none of the introverts do. They all have instead getting and receiving information as absolute values. So that's making a meaningful distinction, sure, but it's not as meaningful a distinction as, say, distinguishing knowing types from the other types, because knowing types, they all, as their dominant nature, receive information. We can, the distinction between receiving information and getting information and putting information is very clear and bright line. Those distinctions are indisputable and clearly defined and easy to use to test things, right? Whereas the difference between extroverts and introverts, yeah, they was putting information as absolute values, but an interface function is actually some dynamic combination of put, receive. It's not quite the same thing as just regular action. So to say that the distinction between extrovert and introvert is as strong as the distinction between knowers and something else is incorrect, because we're glossing over the dissimilarities between interface and action in order to highlight uh, the the fact that they both have putting somewhere in their absolute values, but it's not the case they all actually have put as their dominant absolute value, because interface isn't exactly that. And it's also the case that the introverts, it may be the case that none of them have put, but some of them have get and some of them have receive as their dominant absolute value. So it's kind of more of a grouping label than it is making a real distinction. A grouping label might also be something like quadra. Everybody in a quadra shares the same conscious functions. But that's just a shorthand way of grouping some of them to talk about that group as a group and the commonalities between them. It's not any better a grouping than say, well, let's group the NTs together, even though they've got types included which have NI, NE, TI, and TE. So that means you've got some types in there that are NISETEFI, and some types in there that are NESITIFE, and they don't share any functions. But what they do share is a commonality where N's above S and T's above F. That's not a real distinction in the way that the distinction between TI and FI is real, where you're comparing two of the same kind of thing, and there's a clear, bright line difference between expressing it communicatively via TI or experientially via FI, and we can define clearly what the difference is in from several angles. We can say it's the difference is in disinterested versus interested calculus. We could say the difference is prioritizing what's defensible over what's important. FI is important, defensible. But regardless of the strength of the specific description of the distinction that we're going to use to test to differentiate, there are multiple possible good ones that would work, which is to say that a given dichotomy exclusively validates on this one or exclusively validates on this one. And then you have labels that mean very little, like perceivers and judgers. Only TI and FI are truly judging functions. I'm not sure why they put NE, SE, SI, and NI as perceiving functions. TE and FE are interfacing functions. They're definitely not ways of making judgments on things. So those terms don't really mean anything. To the extent that we can point to something potentially meaningful, we might say, oh, well, there's this common behavioral tendency that we can note, like people say about perceivers, oh, they're much more fly by the seat of their pants. They don't like to plan. They like to keep things spontaneous, flexible. That's true for any DOMs. Always probably true for SE DOMs. Sometimes true for NI DOMs. Somewhat true for NI DOMs. And absolutely not at all true for SI DOMs. SI DOMs are definite planners. Their plan may cover the scope of day, it may cover the scope of longer than that, but They want to know with their SI before something happens what's coming up and what's after that, etc. So, obviously, in that case, if we're going to try to justify the perceiver judger dichotomy by saying, well, this is common to all perceivers and it's not there for all judgers, and that's our example thing. Well, that does not establish that there's any commonality between perceivers that's meaningfully pointed to when you're dividing between those things. Instead, it seems like perceiver judger is just another way to organize things into groups that aren't grouped that way for any salient reason, but rather like, well, now let's group everybody by whoever's got a blue shirt on. That's not relevant to anything. It's just a way that you can categorize, put some people in one group and other people in another group, right? So, like, what this leads us to for objective. If if we want to use that term about cognitive functions, then we need it to mean something specific. We need to be able to articulate how do we determine the difference between um, NI and SI or something. What makes them different? Well, first of all, those are the correct two to compare against each other because they're both the same function. So when we know differences in them, we can know it's not different because they're a different kind of function, but rather it's the other expression of the same way of paying attention. We can determine whether a given instance of paying attention is an instance of somebody paying attention with SI or NI, in part by looking to see how they know what they know. So if a person is telling you a story about something that happened to them some years back, uh, let's say with you about something happened to you, the both of you some years back, well, we can definitively say they're using SI because what they're doing is recounting data from their experience that they've retained, and they are using that data to tell you this story. You might additionally say they're using extroverted intuition because they're putting word objects out there in the process of telling the story. But if you wanted to say the putting of the information is extroverted intuition, and you could say, well, is it generative extrovert intuition of new things or something else? Because I could just say a list of things that I can see around me. If you want to have a technical operational definition, because I'm saying those words, it comprises extroverted intuition. But if you are actually want to know, well, what's the source of that extroverted intuition? Is it something outside of the person? No, it's something inside of their head, namely their memories. That's the source of the information. And they're not having to extrovertedly intuit very much because they're not having to make anything up because they're just relating what they already know from their memories. We know that that would not be NI because NI is intuiting things that you can outside of the self. So even if an NI Dom like Rachel wants to know about herself, she's still going to try to learn about herself by intuiting about objects outside of herself. Uh, say maps like, because you are this numerology number, you are like this. Because you are this astrology type, you are like this. Because you are this personality type, you're like this. She's going to try to intuit external data to know about herself, even though the most natural way to know about oneself, to know about yourself by looking into your experience. You have memories of how you are and how you've been for some stretch of time and how you behave, etc. But if your most unconscious function and IDOM, well, the reason we call it the most unconscious function is you're kind of always going to default to your dominant unless being able to attend via your dominant requires you to engage your eighth. So it's not super often that able to NI requires one to SI. It's easier to explain that how that works with NE and SE for me. Like to be able to NE like this, I had to do the little bit of SE of starting the string. There's not very much, a teeny bit of SE for a shit ton of NE. Anyway, I've been looking down for a long time, so let's see what's going on in the chat. Okay, well, if you think you can justify, keep in mind though, you're not trying to justify a worldview. You're trying to justify claims you're making. Every Andrew Wilson debate. Women must appeal to men for things because men are stronger and force doctrine rules everything. What an asswipe that guy is. By self-refuting as you need metaphysical systems to allow for metaphysics you use, and if you deny a source of metaphysics, you refute yourself. Okay. Metaphysics is a word that literally means the physics or explication of physics. So when we use the word metaphysics, we mean the explanation part, basically. So yeah, you are doing this science experiment, testing to see what happens if you feed turtles nothing but pineapple. The mechanics of the experiment can be written down as methodologies and and specific bits of data and stuff. The metaphysics of it is, why is this being done? What are you trying to accomplish? Is this a good idea to do this? In other words, it's a frame level up. It asks, it doesn't say you're doing this thing badly or you're doing it well. It says, should we be doing this thing at all? That's one example of will be a metaphysical question about a, empirical process. Metaphysical engagements with things are going to be either epistemological, ontological, Um, uh, I'm drawing a blank about the first one I was going to say, actually, which is normative. Normative, epistemological, or ontological but that's about it. So, for example, if you've got some engineers discussing how to most successfully get a flat, that's a sort of an engineering physical kind of a question. If some protesters come in and say it's immoral to do this because the ecosystem of this endangered whatever, well, that then they're bringing in a metaphysical aspect to the thing being evaluated, because now we're no longer just talking about efficiency and best practices and best outcomes. We're talking about a moral element to it. Is there a duty that we have to preserve this ecosystem because there are so few of these things left? That's a metaphysical question. So the thing is, what you're saying is that if you don't accept that God allows metaphysics, you self refute. But that's definitely not the case. Hypothesis testing drives science. What theory is being tested? I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about, um, but the point is that it is conceivable, possible to justify something entirely with deductive reasoning slash argumentation that links to general observations rather than specific empirical data and so forth. But the thing is, um, all you're doing, Filer, with that whole thing is saying it is the case that all metaphysics supervenes on God's existence. Well, why? Because you can't have any metaphysics unless you already have something that exists as God made it. Okay, but why? Obviously, human philosophical explanations for things, slash, the body of metaphysical work that people have done, has not always been the same. People's understandings of things have improved over time. So, why would it be the case that, given a long history of humanity attempting to figure things out, maybe having some wrong explanations, updating them, maybe being unable to figure things out for some things, and then finally figuring them out, why would it possibly be the case in any defensible way that that implies God must exist? It definitely doesn't. And if I were to say, well, does that mean if instances of people having abstractions, metaphysical ideas or making claims or using language at all, if that can only happen if God exists, then what doesn't supervene on God's existence? And again, why? It may be the case that we don't know how we came to have language, why we have the capacity for it. That is the case. We don't know. And absolutely nothing changes for any arguments anybody's making if we begin with, we don't know about why we have language, where it came from. Or if people begin with, we do know God made us and that made us that way. Unless we're discussing that specific thing, either answering does not change the legitimacy of some argument that's not about that. So, in a God exists universe, this guy wins the argument because his arguments are better. In a God doesn't exist universe, the same guy wins the arguments because his arguments are better. And it impacts no calculation about that discursive event at all. So it simply at all. And you're not even trying to come up with a reason, right? You're just saying because stuff is, God must exist. And then you're tossing in some philosophy words to hopefully make it look like a salad or something. An actual warrant, like you can't have an adult without it first going through the developmental stage of a childhood. That, yes, adulthood supervenes on living through childhood. That is actually supervention. We can actually infer from somebody that they definitely were at some point before a child. That the childhood must come prior to and be completed on the way to adulthood. So there's an example of how something the way you're doing it, and it would actually be correct and actually mean something. We can look at other examples of it being correct and actually saying something, and we can contrast it against what you're trying to say, and it becomes very clear, very obvious that you're not doing, you aren't doing that would need to be done to justify the claims you're making. And one way we can check these sort of things is remembering a simple validity test. If the negation of the conclusion produces a contradiction, then a thing is valid. If I say that adult Joe has never been a child, in other words, negate the child part, well, then it creates a contradiction because definitionally adulthood occurs after childhood and only by going through childhood. So accordingly, it's valid to say if Joe's an adult, he must have at some point been a child. Contrast that with what you're saying. So if I can make these arguments, I can only make these arguments if God exists. in the status quo, I can make these arguments and am making these arguments. So now let's imagine a world in which, a universe in which God doesn't exist and didn't make everything. Okay, how would that change the arguments I'm making and or that I'm making those arguments? So for example, if we imagine a universe which doesn't exist, then what would change in my argumentation is I would no longer use the word the. Perhaps I'd use an indefinite article like instead, or whatever. We can note that that would be a real, is real. Saying all these words that I'm saying exactly as I'm saying them supervenes on the word the existing. A little different. So now let's hypothetically posit that universe in which God doesn't exist, but I'm still in the status quo making arguments, okay? So if you're going to say, well, you wouldn't even be existent if God didn't exist. That's a totally separate argument, right? That's not what we're talking about here. We're saying argumentationally, does me making these arguments change in how I make these arguments, the substance of them, the length of them, the quality of them, or whatever, in any way, if I imagine me saying these arguments in a world where God doesn't exist or in a world where God does? No, nothing changes. And if you're trying to claim, well, no, everything would change because you couldn't make these arguments if God didn't exist. Well, then you're just repeating the same unwarranted claim again, without any justification at all. And I've demonstrated how we can justify that a given thing actually supervenes on something else by giving you examples. Like the fact that this exact wording of all these words supervenes on every word that I've used existing. Otherwise, I'd have to phrase things differently. Say, my doing this live stream this morning supervened upon me not having laryngitis so bad that I couldn't speak. That's fine because we can do a thought experiment where we imagine that I couldn't speak and then recognize that life, in the way that I'm doing anyway, supervenes on me being able to speak because all of the meat, all of the stuff that's coming through the computers is words that I'm generating with my mouth. So we definitely know that none of these arguments predicate on a person's belief in God, because atheists can make arguments just as well as Christians can. Even if, that doesn't necessarily mean they make good arguments, but they can make them. And you might say that their argumentation supervenes on God actually existing, but nothing they're saying supervenes on the argumentational observation that God exists. And most important, you're already doing yourself a great disservice to think that you need to have a set of arguments to justify your belief in God. You're doing yourself a great service because, of course, you don't need any such sort of set of arguments. You're doing like ideation about faith and religion a disservice by claiming that, in fact, your exercise of faith is not an exercise of faith. It's instead an exercise of reason. You're also doing factual reality of disservice with that obvious contrafactual statement. And of course, you're doing yourself a disservice as well by making claims that you can substantiate things without actually being able to substantiate them at all, by making claims that this particular proof that some guy came up with is determinant on the issue without being able to make any arguments that are determinant on the issue at all. You might claim that this other guy can make these arguments that are determined in a determinate way, but it's like, I don't want to go do your work and understand what he's saying so that I can make your arguments, not because I'm afraid of them or don't want what I'm saying to be tested, but because you're not a good evaluator of the quality of arguments, obviously. So the fact that you endorse this guy as having good arguments is not any reason whatsoever for me to think he does. And everything I've heard about it so far is strongly suggestive that he definitely does not. I already know, for reasons I've clearly articulated in multiple instances, that it's a futile and foolish endeavor to attempt to prove God, in part because any proof of God will require an operational definition of God, and obviously you can't subsume the Almighty with your definition. Additionally, no matter how much you want to define faith as something other than faith, the distinction faith makes from other ways of epistemologically engaging with something is that faith requires a leap, that you don't have good reasons for the thing. Most importantly, perhaps, if you agree with this simply, is that you're doing to God what Trump did for COVID. Trump may have been right that we shouldn't have had COVID lockdowns, but nobody was going to agree with him if his only reasoning was, I got a hunch. And everybody was going to think only idiots think that if he's the poster boy for opposing COVID lockdowns. Much better to have him on the wrong side, where he can poison the wrong side with his discursive ineptitude. Across the board, evangelizing is bad. It gives God a bad name. It makes Christians look bad. And if you were going to evangelize, the only conceivably okay way to do it, possibly, is to share your experience of how, like, when I met Christ, my life improved a lot. But really, the proper position is, just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I think you should be. It is definitely not the proper position to say that you should embrace my faith-based framework because it's the only logical conclusion if one does rigorous disinterested reasoning, when you have done absolutely none of that. And like, I know none of this is going to get through to you at all. But in part, I'm letting spill from me all the toxins that build up when I'm faced with intransigent wrongness that wants to collapse to let's agree to disagree after after pretending as though he wanted to engage in a actual way where if one party's correct, wins a point, the other party agrees they've won the point and agrees to scratch that from the flow accordingly, that it no longer works as an argument in their favor. That's how responsible, honest people do things when they're engaging in a debate. It's like you came to a place to do a thing. Namely, you came to a place to present ideas to be tested for legitimacy and to see if they withstand scrutiny. Your ideas got integrity tested. The system did. Got stress tested. It failed miserably. Now, all any reasonable, decent person can do is expect that party to go, well, back to the drawing board, I guess, or yeah, I can see as well as anybody that what I said was a watertight set of pipes is actually more full of holes than Swiss cheese. I can see that as clearly as everybody because every time Eric tries to put water in something to test to see if it's watertight, water spurts on everybody's face. So I don't expect you to actually do a good job of putting together pipes. I don't expect you to even be able to test to see if your pipes hold water yourself. I do expect you to recognize, oh shit, they don't hold water at all when I absolutely dismantle them in multiple ways in no uncertain terms and expressing in ways that anybody should be able to understand. You know, don't like double down on your commitment to your delusion. You don't have to jettison your ideas about God's existence, only your deluded belief that you already have proved it. I think we talked at some point about you may be taking over for the stream for a little while if you want to.
Hmm?
Do you want to take over for a while?
Sure.
I mostly want you to take over because I'm just explaining without even looking at the chat at this point, just laying it out there, and I just need to walk away for a bit.
I understand why. Finger slip. You got butterfingers. Hi, Father. Yes, I did. Thanks for asking. Hey, Keisha. I'm like tired but up. Hey, Jeremiah Fix. What's going on? Well, we went to the casino for a little while and I chilled and like drank coffee. I don't gamble, because I can't count. And I just don't gamble. Uh, but I like being there with Eric. And yeah, it was fun. I thought it was gonna be like super crowded because it was Friday, but we got there like after like they have Friday specials. And we got after the special. Yeah, he did. He played I have to ask him. There's one game that he plays that he doesn't do well at and he's learning he doesn't do well at, so hopefully it'll be a lesson like maybe not to play that game. Something about the river, like guess the guess the ending of the river or something. Yeah, it's a card game. It's like guess when you have to guess like something about guessing the end of like the river that the uh dealer sets out. I never really have either. I think I did like at least card games with Eric like once, maybe twice. And I realized I didn't really know what I was doing, so like it wasn't that fun. But watching him is fun. I like to cheer for him. But uh this time it was a little bit more crowded, so I sat by the bar. Have you played slot machines? Slot machines are so difficult. You have to put in like a really good amount of money to actually get anything back with slot machines. The honestly, the best advice with gambling is if you're up, leave the table. I've spent tons of time in casinos. My former ESTP likes to play blackjack. Slot machines are like entertaining and they're meant to be that way on purpose to keep you there. Like the like shine lights. Apparently, like it increases your dopamine, and it makes you continue to use the slot. But like whenever Eric and I watch this YouTuber Bretsky and he wins like 1,000 or more dollars on slots, he's usually putting in like hundreds of dollars, if not more. So it's like the return on investment's not really. Didn't go to the buffet. It was closed, I think. Yeah, right. Winston's mom, dopamine hits, anticipation of a reward has a decent chance of happening. Yeah. Like even if it's like there's no match on the slot machine, right? Like you know how like the things line up and it's supposed to like match. I'm not even sure exactly how. But sometimes like it'll like one section will light up and you're like, oh, something happened, and then you realize it's nothing. So I just came back from Vegas with my family because I went to go see Wizard of Oz at the Sphere and Meow Wolf. Whoa, how was Wizard of Oz at the Sphere? They were advertising it when Eric and I were there in July. The Sphere looks crazy. My aunt was saying it's like you're on like a Disney ride, but you're stationary in a seat. She saw with my cousins the Backstreet Boys, who they were also promoting in July, um, but we didn't see because tickets were expensive.
For
Hmm. No, for Backstreet Boys.
Oh.
I want Joe Pesci to break my legs in Las Vegas. Need to know what the jackpot odds of that are. What movie is that? The Backstreet Boys are playing later that night. Yeah, I think they have a residency maybe.
What?
It looked fun. Oh, cool. Oh, Casino. Yeah, I've never seen. I don't think I've seen Casino. I know it's good. It's like a classic. I haven't seen The Wizard of Oz in a very long time. I do remember a lot about it. Could be wrong about this, but think No Doubt was gonna play at some point too. I could see that. No, that I could see that. no doubt doing a residency. It makes sense. A lot of like millennials have nostalgia. The millennials and Gen X have nostalgia for no doubt.
I don't have any nostalgia for no doubt. That's for sure.
No.
It's fair to say, no doubt the best song was their first song.
Yeah, it was. Hadn't seen in a while either, though. They played a kind of shortened version. A shortened version? That's bogus. If you're paying money, you should be seeing the whole thing.
A shortened version of the Backstreet Boys? No?
No, a Wizard of Oz.
Oh. Obviously, I'm a step or two behind in the conversation here.
What adjustments to it? Like the film was too old.
They had to cut out all the racist parts where the Tin Man goes on that rant about black people. Hi, Filer. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised to see you're here. I figured by the end of my venting, you would have said, I've had enough of this guy yelling at me. So I'm glad you're here. I wish I had maybe dealt with things a little differently. I had some frustration build up. That doesn't justify me going off on you, really, but
I see
I wouldn't
occasionally.
exactly say I'm sorry, but also I would say that I do have some regrets.
It makes sense. I guess it makes sense. Still too bad.
Using advanced AI for ultra high resolution upscaling, outpainting to digitally fill in missing background detail for the massive screen. Well, it's kind of like what digital phones do when they take pictures.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of the pictures that our phones take is not like put together in the traditional way that film photos were, obviously, but a lot of it isn't even like information directly gathered through the lens. It fills in a lot of stuff. How do you tag people? I think you go at somebody.
mm-hmm.
You might have to be a moderator. I don't know. Well, I have to log in as Tucker Thankful to make you a moderator. So, I, who should your INTJ friend date? I'm going to say, mm, I'm going to go with country singer Leanne Rhymes. If he doesn't like her, he could go out with Venus Williams. And if you're wondering, is Venus Lightning Face? No, that's Serena
Oh
Williams.
yeah, that is. That's right. No, not lightning face.
No, not Lightning Face. One of the problems with dating Sabrina Williams is that she always puts lightning on her face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seems like Reba McEntire is still alive and doing stuff.
I think so.
If that's the case, then your INTJ friend can date her.
But yeah, what game did you play at the casino?
Well, I mean, I don't trust your judgment about that at all, Tyler. Maybe that's the case, but I would not consider you capable of evaluating who won that. Because to evaluate such a thing, you have to write down all the argument chains and evaluate them correctly. You've demonstrated no capacity to do that. What games did we play? Did I play at the casino? I played some Ultimate Texas Hold'em first. Then I played some Spanish 21. Then I played some Chase the Flush. I did not have good luck to Chase the Flush. And once I had lost my money, we left. I managed to play for a fair amount of time. So, I mean, I have no reason to assume that Taylor would be that guy or the other way around. But I need to get a disinterested evaluation of how it went from somebody who knows how to evaluate such things in order to feel like some third party could inform me about it. Spanish 21 is different than blackjack because they take all the tens out of the deck. They leave the jacks, queens, kings, but they take the tens out. And there's some variations of the rules, like if you get 21 at any point in the hand, so let's say you're dealt a 16 and you hit it and you get a 5, they pay that as blackjack right then before they even finish the hand. So you can't push on 21 with the dealer. If you get a blackjack or get to 21 before they reveal their hand, you automatically win that blackjack. There's also some, like, I guess it's a side bet, maybe that, like, maybe it's not even a side bet, maybe it just pays anytime this happens. Like if you get to 21 and it takes you like 6 or 7 cards, then it pays you a certain amount. It's fine. It's not like my favorite game exactly, but I did best on that tonight. Then I went and played Chase the Flush. I always have bad luck on Chase the Flush. I believe Taylor was on Jay's panel and got dropped. Well, it's not possible for anybody to debate anything on a panel. It's difficult enough to try to get anybody to be responsive to anything one on one, as was demonstrated so vividly the other night. So I'm hesitant to engage in any kind of debate thing because, like, if I'm going to debate anybody about something, I want them to reciprocate the courtesy that I afford them, which is to be responsive to what they actually say. But that does not seem to happen when I, quote unquote, debate people on the internet. They just ignore what I say, pretend I didn't say it, or another thing that's happened to me before when I'm trying to debate something is they're just dissembling the entire time, trying to say to collapse down to preferred vagueness. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean anything. I'm not going to define anything. You can't negate what you can't negate what I'm saying if I don't say anything. It's super frustrating. J. Dyer checks atheist. Well, I mean, I'm not an atheist, but you know, the thing to note is Taylor's a smart guy, capable of talking and stuff. A lot of people out there are smart, capable people. None of them are me. Okay? Jay Dyer has a PhD in philosophy. I have decades of experience as a competition debate coach. As an incredibly talented and winning debate coach. Not only does that experience and qualifications outweigh any conceivable other set of credentials or qualifications you have when it comes to determining the correctness of something discursively, but I'm an extreme outlier in terms of my actual ability to use reasoning and argumentation to determine the status of things. I can tell you in not 100% certainty, but pretty much no uncertain terms, that if there existed an argument that successfully proved God's existence, I would long since have encountered it. I don't have a horse in the race. In other words, if somehow, in some way that I can't even conceive of, somebody found a powerful argument that actually established something without making these huge leaps and assumptions that aren't justified anywhere, then I'd be explaining that argument right now. Like, in the status quo, I'm completely correct about it not being possible to rationally prove God, and I'm completely correct that it's a silly and futile endeavor because both the nature of faith and the definition of God problem, plus the weirdness of debating the existence of something that can't be established with pointing to tangible stuff. It has to be deduced, right? It's the only thing I can think of that anybody ever argues about like that. Obviously, it's entirely a moot argument as well because uh, regardless of who wins the debate on the flow, and the person trying to prove God's existence may very well win a given debate on the flow because the other person might be really shitty or something, or just might be not as good at the technique of debate. But In the status quo, I'm right that you can't do those things because no affirmation it purported to explain God's existence has ever withstood scrutiny, and none of my points about why it's futile to do that or we shouldn't do that have ever been successfully rebutted. You countered my faith argument with an alternate definition of faith. But it's obvious we should prefer my definition of faith because your definition of faith has a meaning more than one thing and does not function as a test to evaluate whether a given instance of belief qualifies as knowledge, conditionally determined status, faith, wishful thinking. You know, we want to say distinguish between faith and something that we know because it's conditionally necessarily true. So that doesn't require faith because it's tautologically true, definitionally true. So, we want to use the term to make some kind of meaningful distinction, right? Regardless, at least you had an answer to the faith point, which was let's not define it, basically. But there's no answer to the God point and to the definition of God point. And across the board, I never get any meaningful responses to things I point out, like prayer, one's relationship with God, is actually a behavior, not an affirmation or a negation. And like all kinds of behaviors like that, one's decision to engage in it is not predicated on winning any arguments. Additionally, no decisions or determinations about the world that are expected to independently verify by some usage are predicated on either answer to that question, the question of God's existence. So, um, it's not the kind of thing that you could establish the truth about and have that truth be actionable. It's incredibly moot. Anyway, so I'm right for now. 100. Everybody should agree with me on that because I'm not saying that it's impossible for somebody to win the argument about whether it's possible to prove God. All they need to do to win the argument is successfully do it. But what's distressing to me is that people aren't okay with the idea that God's not something one rationally proves. That's not why one believes in God, and that's not something that justifies claims about his existence or anything. Like, why do you think you need to do that? You know, people don't like it when I refer to faith as a magical thinking frame because they think it's derisive, that I'm insulting it by calling it magical. But of course, what better place to get magic into your life than through your relationship with God? And it's not the case that there are no things about life that one should ever engage with magically. There are some things that if you want to engage with them and get some kind of definitive answer, you can only attain that through a magical thinking frame. It's also the case that I personally can't see any downside to having both kinds of frames in my toolbox. I understand them well enough and understand up that I know where's appropriate to use a magical thinking frame, and I already understand that I'm going to default to reason anyway. So it's not like it infects the other one. Similarly, you know, dressing up your magical thinking frame in a little sailor's outfit does not mean it's part of the Navy. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't actually make you have more faith in any meaningful sense. It couldn't possibly, because the mechanism by which purportedly it does is its correctness. And no. So, I don't know. It's like I have actual answers that actually resolve questions and that actually inform you everything you need to know about the universe. Argumentationally. Like, I don't know. It's demoralizing. It's demoralizing because it's like you expected me to be convinced if you had been convincing. And I would have been. But there's no reciprocity there. I've definitely been convincing. Oh well. The beat goes on. Let's sing a sad song about it. We'll Jesus, does this please us? Do you watch me going through a trial? Do you smile as you see me banging my head against the wall? Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit got rods. Rods they can fling down from the heavens. Like Cupid's arrows, but more challenging, like Mia Farrow. A rod from heaven causes people near you to frustrate you in all your righteous endeavors. And worst of all, they're absolutely convinced that they are doing the right thing, are justifying everything fine and not expecting anything to run afoul of. Legitimate critique. Even if what they're saying is weak. They want you to embrace their purported rational justifications. Operating under an implied frame that parsing things will give you the name of the status of the matter in front of you. Indeed, it's true. That is the metric we should use. That was a little bit song, that's a sad song, but I think we can do better. I think we can come up with a sadder song. Well, Mr. Clavichord, you're doing all right. We'll just play a really sad song, something that really sounds like a sad beat, like maybe hip shuffle. God keeps sending me to do the job that no one else can do. But guess what, God? I can't do it either. I'm not able to make the blind see what they take into the hearts of vampires. Nobody can do the impossible. Nobody can change what's possible. Nobody can convert the attentional priorities of another person, even if it annoys them to no end, because that's just who they are. Do you send these impossible cases my way, God? So you can sit in the hallway, God, with talking with the Jesus guy and the Holy Spirit in the sky. Are you sitting in the hallway there and you're sitting up in a chair? And are you doing so because you like to watch me and laugh? I'm more than the comic relief, sending me the impossible beat, asking me to do something not possible. Can't turn a dog to a sheep, can't make a man in the beat, won't explain anything at all. Don't cry, Virgin Mary, I know I'm sad too. There's nothing I nor anybody else could do. It's just the way it is. We've all seen these kids before. Oh hey there, Moses, didn't see you standing behind the roses up beside the pearly gates. If I had seen you there, I wouldn't be in my underwear. I'd have worn a tuxedo and looked so great. I'm sorry you're crying, man. I did the best to do the best I can, but can't explain things to people who refuse to understand, or more likely don't have capacity to approach the problem as I see, because they're not that kind of cognitive function stack. And I should remember that. I'll be a civilized jack, and I condemn a man because it's inherently different from me. I mean, now we changed to C minor, then a G finer than we ever imagined could ever be real. Oh sure, we imagined this in our deepest fantasies, but oh my God, indeed, can I say, geez, we've finally landed in musical paradise. Together we're holding hands, have forsaken every vice. So divine is the music that we make. Okay. Well, there's another song about that. This shit gets in my head. I tell you. These pointless explanations that fall on deaf ears. It makes me shake my head at the world. This is what, like, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, biggity-boggity-boo. Baby, when I saw you with him, I ran off to the gym to make myself look more muscular. Laura Ann, you know I'm not that kind of man. If you think of Afghanistan, please don't think of me. I'm so totally unlike that nightmarishly bad occasion. I don't want to join the Taliban or go on vacation to Afghanistan or anywhere else. I don't care how much you enjoyed it. So I'm staying here at home, and I think I'm gonna avoid it. A long time ago, on a cold winter's night, I saw my baby, she was looking alright. She stood in front of a snowman next to the mall. I said, "Hey baby, what you doing standing there?" She's all, "Well, as you can see, I've got no chair," and I'm all, "Well, look, I think that's a folding chair I see around the corner." He's like, "A folding chair? Oh my God, That's my favorite. I was like, no way, bro. It's my favorite too. I said, oh, sure, you could say you favor the kind of chairs that always stay in one piece. But if you ask me, I want a chair to fold in two. That's right, baby. Right in two. That's right, baby. I think you know what I'm saying. You can complain all day and all night if you want to about how I thought there'd be more fauna, but this place is so goddamn flora intensive. And sure, I guess you could fairly point out that you were promised a whole grip of fauna that you could talk about, and indeed, I agree. I see nothing but plants. But I think you're missing the point, baby. Because I'm saying we should try to have a positive attitude. Just like that one super positive dude. I could try to demonstrate what it looks like. And she's all right, I guess. Go ahead and demonstrate. I'm curious as to what I'm gonna see, because I really don't know. I guess I'll find out. Was that you demonstrating? No, that wasn't a demonstration. I was just trying to show you something else. What? I want to show you what failure looked like. Oh, okay. Now, what was it I was going to demonstrate again? Well, that's right. Keeping a positive attitude. It looks like this. Say yes and happily acknowledge that everything you see is super great, fantastic, and amazing. When life gives you a rainy day, just say, well, I love the rain, I hope it never goes away, and I'm so happy because the plants in the wilderness get some water. And when you get hit by a car, just say, well, better to get it over now by far than to have it happen later when potentially it could be less convenient. Well, the positive attitude, baby. And when you perhaps have your legs chopped off, just say, hey, I weigh less now by a lot, and I can totally get handicap parking. But if you think your woes will all go away now that you've gotten rid of those pesky legs, you are lying to yourself. I'm afraid, my friend. Even the Lucky, lucky, lucky legless few surely do enjoy an advantage or two, but it's not all roses and wine in legless town. Puff the Magic Dragon. P to the U to the F to the F. Dragons like to puff, I guess. Oh, I hate myself. I hate myself. Well, guess who's hating himself? That's right, me. Why? Because I did a bunch of speed and everything went off the rails and, you know. Oh, Eric, will you never grow up? Will you never learn anything? You are a mess. MESS, mess. You need to hire somebody to be your professional slapper whose only job is to slap you. God damn everything. I mean, not everything, but all the bad things. All the things, all the bad thoughts. All the sad thoughts. All the acceptances of horribleness. Oh, Eric. Why don't you exercise a little bit more self-discipline? And I don't know, maybe not take what everyone's stay up all night. Just a thought. You could switch it up a little bit here. You know, be like, look at me, I'm growing. Try that. How about that? No, I'm still a stupid baby all the time. Well, maybe you should change that, Eric. No, I don't have to change. I'm a baby. Oh. Stubborn baby stubbornly clinging to his babyhood or failing to get out of the nest and fly his little wings. Oh, horrible, Eric, horrible ways, horrible things all of my days. Well, you know, shit happens, I guess. I'm not saying that's a good excuse for anything in life. Shit happens is not me trying to duck accountability for my overarching failure across all areas of life. But it is also acknowledging that shit does happen sometimes. That probably not a good idea to always kick yourself for variance from some hindsight ideal. Oh goodness, why am I such a dick all the time? Like people were showing me their songs earlier that they wanted me to listen to, and I was just like, "This is terrible garbage." Why do I have to be such a dick? What is wrong with me? I don't want to be a dick in theory. In like abstract, you ask me, you want to be a dick today, Eric? I'd say, no, I don't want to be a dick today. But there's nobody to blame but me. I can't say, like, well, no, that wasn't you being a dick, Eric. No, it was me being a dick. I can't say it was impossible for me to know any better. I definitely could and should know better by now. There's just nothing else to say except, well, what do you expect, Eric? You're a big fuck up. It's not surprising that you fuck up. I could take that up too. But see, I think even that's like accountability avoidance. I'm saying to myself, instead of actually holding yourself accountable in a meaningful way, you're just gonna shit on yourself as the punishment is good enough. Ah, what a tangled web we weave. Of course, all the fogginess of the moment, which has to do with as much with staying up all night and being whacked out and a bunch of stuff like SI deficit stuff. There's more to do with that than necessarily anything else, but or as much to do with that. Regardless, did I know that? Yes, Urkel, another fine mess you've gotten us into. Urkel's name is actually Steve. Steve Urkel. I'd say most people in the general sphere, if they're going to reference him, will just call him Urkel. I like Steve as a name. I think I guess the reason people call him Urkel is because you just call him Urkel, everyone knows you're talking about. You call him Steve Urkel, everyone knows you're talking about. But if you just call him Steve, you know that guy Steve from this show? People are not going to know who you're talking about. You know that one character, Steve? Nothing really comes to mind. I don't think I would ever think of Steve Urkel if somebody said, name a TV character named Steve. I can't think of any other TV characters named Steve. Can anybody else think of any TV characters named Steve? It's settled then. There exists nobody on any TV show, no character on any TV show named Steve. Except, of course, Steve Urkel. Maybe Steve Irwin. He's dead. He died of fish. I hope that's what they wrote on his death certificate. Death by fish. That's bad luck. Those big stingrays are dangerous. Well, it's not really bad luck, okay? What do you mean? I mean, he's just swimming someplace and a stingray comes up and stabs him. No, no, no. He went and found that thing and pulled it out of the water and tried to give it a hug and stuff. Okay, I guess that's not really bad luck then. It is a terrible idea from the outset. Steve Harvey, there's another one. Thank you. He, I believe, is hiding out in Europe, last I checked, last I heard, because of he's concerned about consequences when he comes back linked to Diddy stuff. Well, you know what? I hope if Steve Harvey participated in anything criminal that they arrest him, put him on trial, and hold him accountable. Carrot Top. Is Carrot Top named Steve? Is that what you're saying? I don't think Carrot Top counts as a character on a TV show. I also don't think he's named Steve. But wait, wasn't one of the Golden Girls named Steve? I think it was the one Betty White played. Betty White did eventually die. And it seems like she worked all the way till the very end of her life. She lived till she was very old. I'm pretty enviable about that. Steve Harvey is the king of comedy. I mean, I hate to break the news to him, but he's definitely not. He's not even the 7 of comedy. To be even a jack of comedy, you have to be funny somewhat, a little bit, at least. Steve Harvey's about as funny as a trip to the DMV. And you know, I'm not talking about that good DMV where people are always doing stand-up comedy. I'm talking about normal DMV. Hey, Mr. Overall, says Cloud Kika. Hey, how are you? Who sits above whom? Yeah, nobody sits above anybody else. And those categories of meta-analyst, analyst, uh, executive, and I forget what the fourth one is. That's one way of grouping that's non-arbitrary, but it's not highlighting a mechanical distinction. Like, you know, in that instance, I group them by how their communicative and experiential functions stacked up. So, like, the most metaphysical types have uh, 3 communication functions, then 1 experiential. The next most metaphysical types have 2 communication functions, 1 experiential, and then another communication. And so far, and the most physical types have 3 experiential functions and 1 communication function. So I grouped them in groups of 4 based on that scale of things, right? But, and we can talk about how grouping them like that allows us to highlight certain similarities among that group and differences between the groups. But it's no different than grouping them according to the ones that are NTs and the ones that are NFs and so forth. It's just one of many possible ways to organize the types to highlight similarities and differences between them. It's not the same thing as, say, a distinction like distinguishing between knowers and action types. In that instance, or knowers and non knowers, we have a real concrete distinction to make that's actually mechanically implicit to how those two things are different. So knowing is receiving either a status or a meaning or a memory uh, instantly. There's no time process involved, and it's an epistemology function. You could say also that knowers receive information. They're the only types that do that as their dominant nature. So you can test something and say, well, if somebody's paying attention not by receiving information but by putting information, then are they knowing? The answer is no, they're not knowing in that instance. And we can evaluate specific instances of knowing and determine that they are knowing by saying, like, somebody says, the American date of America is generally said to be 1776. Well, how do you know that? Well, I remember it. Well, how long did it take you to figure it out? I didn't figure it out. I just knew it immediately because I just knew it. It just came up to me from my memory. So we know that's an example of knowledge because it's information that one attains in a flash that is purporting to be meaningful, which is to say that it's something that is either determined or known, or rather, it's something that's part of one's epistemics. So some kinds of distinctions you can do stuff with intellectually, and some kinds of distinctions are just there as convenient ways to group things so you can compare and contrast or whatever. I had a big argument with Fly Guy, not really an argument, but he wasn't saying a whole lot. I was really just arguing against a couple of things he did say that extrovert and introvert are not do not highlight a meaningful distinction that we have to treat in the same way that we distinguish between FI and TI, for example. Because, of course, even if we find some commonality among extroverts that's exclusive of introverts, and we can, we're not highlighting something that's like we're having to conflate TE and FE and NE and SE. Not conflating. We have to treat them all as putting information, even though interfacing is different. In other words, it's a shorthand way to refer to a group of types rather than expressive of some fundamental quality shared by one group or the other. Extroversion and introversion is not something specific like a cognitive function. Extroverted intuition, that's something specific. Extroversion is not. So, so to me, that's where the chaos around typology comes from. It comes from from a haphazard mix of dichotomies that are representative of different kinds of things but are treated as the same kind of thing. The dichotomies are. Jung's position was that all the personality types come from initially a fundamental different approach towards the object by the extrovert and the introvert. Well, I mean, extroverted intuitors have a different approach toward whatever you want to deem an object than extroverted feelers, for example. Regardless, any commonalities that we could say are conveyed by the terms extrovert and introvert, intended colloquially or otherwise, those commonalities are things that we're describing, not commonality that indicate some overarching common engine necessitating those commonalities. Like, I could point out that, hey, look at that group of 5 people over there. All of them are wearing blue shirts. We cannot conclude that accordingly there's some quality in that group of 5 people, in each of those 5 people, that's responsible for them each wearing a blue shirt. It's almost certainly just coincidence. And even if it's not just coincidence, it doesn't inform us about some fundamental engine that explains all of who they are, because if it's not an accident, then they all decided to wear blue shirts and agreed to it because they wanted to be twinsies or something. So, analogies like that should be incredibly informative, but people don't seem very swayed by it. Steve Harvey had approximately one funny bit. Socrates described philosopher kings in a scientific communism model. Harvey hosted Family Feud too. Well, I think he hosted quite a few orgies as well. I don't like the idea of the Republic. I'm not sure what is the idea of the Republic. Is it that if we all really are like cool, then we can totally get along? You know what I say about republics. Republic from republic. I'll tell you what else I say about it. Republic, democracy, representative democracy, all these like terms that supposedly mean somewhat different things. Let's just give it up and you say, call them all democracies, and know that we mean some variation of representative democracy slash republic slash whatever. In other words, a free and civil Western society, basically, or Japan or South Korea. We can do away with these not generally agreed upon kind of legalistic and needless distinctions between republic and representative democracy. Or, people often, when they want to talk about our form of government, they're actually just going to express their outrage of choice. Like, what we really have is a corporate oligarchy. Or, well, it's getting more and more to where we have like a Soviet communist state here in America. Translation. I play culture war. I don't like those guys. Which is not to say there's not plenty of alarming things going on. But you know, the thing is, in recent years, alarming things have been rising in frequency at an alarming rate. So currently, I'm too alarmed about the rate of increase of alarming things to actually be alarmed by those things that are alarming. But I believe I'll get there eventually. Papaya Public. Are you talking about that model form of government that was proposed in Plantagenet's The Republic Part 2, who wrote it somewhat after Plato wrote The Republic? And he explained that the ideal society is built around the concept of ample, abundantly fruiting papaya plants. Why? Well, because the prevailing idea, I think, is that because papayas are both gross and go bad quickly, that if everybody has to eat a bunch of papayas all the time, they won't be able to go very far from their house without their papayas spoiling. And so it will encourage investment in the land by each yeoman farmer and his family. It's also predicated on the idea that we're on the verge of a papaya renaissance worldwide, in which papayas will become as valuable as gold. They'll be worth their weight in gold, a single papaya. Or a scene on YouTube that'll be common is someone will be like, oh my God, I entered the lottery for this. I knew it was going to be super expensive, but I wanted my chance to buy it. Like, if I could, be one of the 15 people selected, I won the lottery. I was able to buy this papaya. And then you bring it home, you unwrap it from its fancy tissue paper. You know, on your live stream, the views skyrocket, the likes, the hundreds, the hearts, they're going everywhere. And you scoop out a scoop of that gross papaya fruit and you eat it, and it's like, oh my God, this papaya is heavenly. Thereby just contributing to the papaya bubble, which is sure to burst. And what happens then to the country that's based its entire framing on papaya growing? Well, I'll tell you what happens then. The Great Depression. That's what happens. So get ready for the Great Depression, everybody. And then after that, I guess we'll have World War II. I believe the Great Depression will be beginning in 3.5 years. It'll be an abbreviated Great Depression, so we should have World War II by 2036. I think that's fair. Fair date to pick. I have some mango slices. I plan to eat those before lighting up. I want to see if it's true that mango makes you higher. Good fiber source. Can also be used to split into papaya. I am the papaya messiah. I'm here to save you with papaya. I'm here to help you save papaya. I'm here to help you save on papaya. And I'm here to help papaya save itself. Split pea Andersons will become split papaya Andersons. Instead of making their famous split pea soup, they'll make split papaya soup, which is pretty much indistinguishable from unsplit papaya soup, but they split it in half because, it's kind of their gimmick. They like to split everything in half. Boy, now I really want some papaya. No, I don't really want papaya. I never liked papaya. Smells bad. Tastes kind of eh. It's not even a fruit. It's an herb. What? You're saying papaya is an herb? Yeah. You think you're eating a fruit, you're really eating a piece of mint. The plant kingdom equivalent. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with this horrible problem I have named Eric? This guy is the worst. I try to get him to stop live streaming, maybe do something productive, maybe get some sleep. Who knows? He doesn't even want to stop live streaming, no matter how long it's been or how much good reason he has to end live streaming. He just wants to ride the wave of inertia. He wants to talk about himself in the third person. He wants to take an authoritative tone about things and just keep shaking his head, wagging his finger, tisking his tongue, and otherwise indicating disapproval. Tree versus herb. Are you trying to tell me that papaya is a fruit? Okay, I'm seeing here is fruit, but then I'm saying is herb because not technically woody or something. So what is it, Acacia? Were you lying then or are you lying now? Not even God can say them. Who, the papaya messiah? Presumably, the papaya messiah could say papaya, the plant in which it comes from, but the part we eat be the fruit. Likely story, Acacia. Trick question. Herbs don't have fruit. Bum 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 bum. Point set match. Herbs is defined as something that doesn't have fruit. So, for example, I'm herb because I don't have any fruit. We already know that papaya is herb, so we know that papaya can't possibly be fruit. It's either vegetable, animal, or mineral. Possibly a berry, maybe a tuber, but definitely not a fruit. Look at me. Look at me, Mama. I'm a tuber. You're a papaya, sweetie. You're not a tuber. What am I then? You're an herb. I'm a fruit? No, an herb, I said. Can I change my sex at will? When you're older. We papaya trees, yes. We do that. I've not always been a woman. Were you a woman when you gave birth to me? Actually, no. Your father did that because at that point I was a man. Where my father be now? Well, your father started talking to another proprietary over there, and Well, let's just say he flirted one too many times, and I uprooted him and moved him over there. So you don't get to talk to your father any longer without shouting, because he's a good 12, 15 feet away. And that's the story of how you shouldn't trust slutty papayas because they're a bunch of whores. The sex issue in papaya is complex because papaya flowers can bear three sex forms: male, female, and hermaphrodite. Same with weed plants. Sex determination papaya trees. You just gotta spend a little time fondling the papayas. You're not looking for anything specific. Just wait until you holistically get the sense that, yeah, this papaya is a dude. Eric's holistic papaya sexing therapy. I sex papayas with the equivalent of a dowsing rod. I just kind of work Reiki. Just kind of run my hands along the papaya, touch it a little bit, and talk to it a bit. Like, hey, so you like football? Huh? Reality shows? Mm, what do you think about camping? Camping's cool. Okay, this one's a dude. I can tell. It's not just the answers, it's the deep voice. Got to taste, not only fondle. Well, you do have to lick the papayas and the papaya tree. But you don't have to actually bite them. If you do bite them, you may anger the papaya, and it may try to deceive you about its sex, making your job tougher. Remember, never eat a fertilized papaya because the fertilized ones have little baby chickens inside of them. Interested in war history? I am interested in war history, such as what was that war where they were shooting guns? You know that war where people were like fighting against each other? Oh, interested in war history, right? Makes sense. It's part of your sexing questionnaire. You could also say, how many attempts to connect with a prospective other do you have to send out before you get a match, and or um, I guess how many people try to connect with you versus the other way around? Chicks generally get a lot of people trying to connect them, and they have to sift through a bunch of people who are not at all what they're looking for to try to find somebody that maybe they're looking for. Guys, they just, like, maybe not super handsome guys or something, but like, well, if I want to get a couple of possible engagements here, I better send out 50 of these things. I never sent any dick pics, no. I'm not really a pic sender in general. If I were to send somebody a picture, it would probably be something like, well, if I was just like starting to try to date him, I just wouldn't send any pictures. But let's say we were texting and, oh yeah, I have a daughter. So really? Well, I might send her a picture with me and Delilah or something. That's conceivable. Or I might send her like a random picture of something. It's pretty straightforward to see what it is. Like, say a horse, send her a picture of a horse, and say, "What do you think this is a picture of?" Question mark! Exclamation point. She's like, "Ah, horse? Oh, now I see it. Horse. Yeah. Well, good eye." Then when you meet up for dinner or whatever, I was telling my mom before we actually came out here about how you were able to tell me like right away what that was a picture of. I showed my mom; she couldn't tell what it was either. Wait, she couldn't tell this was a horse? No, I couldn't. At first, I looked at it, I thought maybe like a swimming pool. You thought that horse was a swimming pool? I mean, a brown swimming pool because it was filled with brown water, I guess. Mud, maybe? Well, what did you think this white tail was? I thought it was a pool toy. The way it comes. Take your order. You're like, I got this spattered in the what? This one. Spattered in the one. You mean spaghetti and meatballs? Yeah, I'd like that, please. Go easy on the spaghetti. What, is that not how you pronounce it? I've never heard it said out loud. That's just how it's. I learned it by reading it, so I just always thought that's how it was pronounced. I've ordered in lots of restaurants before. Nobody ever said anything there. Well, I guess I'm about ready to wrap this up. My big problem is I don't know what I'm going to do once I do wrap it up. I might watch a little TV, but that doesn't sound very, like, relaxing. It doesn't, it seems like I won't be able to pay attention to TV if I try to watch it right now. I don't know what to do. I should go to bed. Oh, I've got an 11:15 appointment, that's right. I got to talk to Ruben 11:15. Yeah, I will probably take a nap or whatnot after I talk to Ruben. Basically, now that I know I got that at 11:15, that's fine. I'll just kill some time until then, and that gives nice purposeful structure to the day. Well, I am feeling pretty tired, but I still would like to talk to him for a little bit. I could try to. Well, we'll see how I feel closer to 11:15, but I'm gonna do my best to go to that meeting, talk to him, see what he says. Anyway, love you all. See you later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. I hate my